Morning.
Morning.
Morning, Jerry.
Morning. So
Morning.
it looks like
Amazon's up to up $40 now.
I know it's crazy.
Did you
Dude, I
swing
wish
it,
I
Jerry?
bought that. I didn't swing it, but man, if I would have stopped that, I would have saw the dip at the close. I would have bought that. Oh man, it's all right. It's consolidating right now, trying to push right now. This thing could. We gotta be careful with this thing to open. It could rip, or it could. Here's what it could happen. It could yank up at the open. It can come right back down and fill that gap, or it could be so strong it just rips. So we need to let it open just for a few minutes to see what's going to go on with it. These gap up days are the worst. They look good and strong. It could just be a big trap. A lot of stuff's going to fill this gap pretty quick. So. Shopify is going to be long if it breaks 1561. It did fill the gap pre-market, so that's a good thing. So it could run. 1 minute. It'll open. The room will be upgraded today. I don't know if it's going to be if it's upgraded right this second, but it should be by the end of today for the people that's having problems getting in. So, let's see here. Buy right quick. 45 seconds. So we're going to play what we see. We're going to take our time. We're going to scout. We're going to scout today. We're going to be in and out. If we get a pullback on the next 5-minute candle, we're going to re-enter. Scout. Anything can happen. So let them open up. Let's see what's going to happen here. Good luck, everybody. Good luck. I'll be quick. I'm watching about 25 different things right now. So see how they play out. Scout, take your money. Sell top of the ass. Once you lose the spread, you're in trouble. All right. Amazon's going to open here. Let them open up for a second. Tesla's pushing up. A lot of stuff gapped up. Everything's gapped up. Roku's taking off. ZS is pushing. We need to keep an eye on the crowd today as well. Let them open up. All right, here goes Shop. Shop looks better than Amazon right now because it did fill the gap at open. Shop's up $23 in 5 seconds. All right, they're pulled back. Shop's long right now. Amazon breaks 34. It's gonna be long. Shop's long. Amazon's pulling back here. Let them open up. If you're not fast, do not getting in these things. Shop pulling back here. If it breaks 1583, it'll be long again. I mean, I am in and out. I'm in and out so fast. All right, Texas is gonna be hang on. Told you they can gap fill. Amazon trying to fill that gap right now. If it shoots back down here, it'll be short for gap fill. I knew they would. I knew they would do that. Amazon short for gap fill right now. Yeah, I'm up 0.1% instant on Amazon. It happens. $35, $15. It don't mean it's gonna keep dying here. It means it's gonna fill this gap right here, maybe a little bit, and then keep going.
You got TTD.
Okay. Let's see. ZS pushing down. Everything's pulling back, filling these gaps right now. Amazon is short here, 8%. Shop pulling back. Shop goes back long here. It'll be long, or it'll be long when it crosses 5083. Tesla's pull back, fill the gap. Novax has came back down. Baidu shooting up, which is weird. Space is coming down. SQ need to keep an eye on it. Sit right on top of pivot. SQ's long right now. Amazon's gonna come down just a little bit and shoot back up. All right, shop here. We also have to keep an eye on HD today too. HD's gonna be a swing. All right, HD's gonna be one hell of a swing. Shot fixing to go back up again. Shot breaks. Oh shit! He just broke it. Thank you very much. I'll take that big old ass gamma spike on Amazon for that gap fill. Thank you very much. HD, what are you doing over here? When you watch HD, it's trying to break the pivot on 15. Shopify's gonna be long, break 1584. There's no doubt about it. That's how you catch big spikes, guys. You use these spreads to your advantage. That's all there is to it. You're not doing anything, just wait a few minutes. SQ's breaking right here too. SQ's long if you're not in it. It's running really nicely right now. We're still watching shop and Amazon. We're looking on Amazon to go long here a little bit. Right now it's chopping sideways. Let's see here. BA's pushing up. We got all day. All right, here's our next candle. Inside up, guys. Inside up on anything when it breaks the high, the prior bar, it is long. All right. It's just how it is. It's just the easiest play. It'll be measured move play. 1584 on shop right now. If it breaks that, it's gonna be long. Let's keep an eye on Amazon here. Same thing. Anything open up inside could go right back up. It's strong. HD trying to break right now. Amazon just sitting there. HD's gonna be long. This thing can go to 324 right now. It likes to push up pretty good and then you yank right back down toward the middle of the day. So just keep that in mind. These are cheap calls. It's a measured move coming up right this second. So it is long. Keep an eye on shop out here. HD's gonna go. HD's got these big red candles. Target's 323 on this thing. And remember, taking your profits before it gets there. Don't be greedy, not in the open. And yeah, as soon as I go in these things, I am green instantly. It happens. That timing. Keep on the SQ here. Targets on this thing. Oh, shop's long. Damn it, we're missing it. There's just so many good plays. You just can't be everywhere at once. Shop's gonna be long. It breaks back above 1586. Amazon still inside. Video come down. Tesla's come all the way back down. We need to keep an eye on Tesla today. BA's coming up pretty good. Yeah, I mean, watch Tesla here. It's trying to bounce off pivot low and go right back through range pretty quick. HD's coming up still, up 20% HD. Alrighty. Tesla needs to break 658.50 to be long. Let's go ahead and mark that thing up. You gotta be quick. Right now, Amazon's doji trying to come back up on a 15er. And yeah, I can watch all these on the 15-minute chart. I can see everything that's going on. Open. I'm looking for breaks of certain pivots. There you go, HD. BA. All right, I need to pull up my big old new 10% scan here. Nothing there. This finds Momo stops. Oh, solar's up there. DQ. Let's take a look. All right, DQ ripping this morning. Look at that higher time frame. It could go pivot machine gun $83. Look at that beautiful break through the lower pivot, come back up. The DQ breaks $74. It'll be long as it goes inside up here. HD still going to moon up 35%. Amazon Doji, the battle going on. Let's take a look at solar here right quick. JKS push up this morning up $6. And this right here was the swing. We talked about this 3 weeks ago. Look at it. It's going to come up to $90. It's on its way back up. It's a push to retest on the pivot high. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. It needs to break $63.50 before it's long. Otherwise, it can come back down and retest, fill that gap.
I'm swinging Clorox. If it holds above here, should be good.
Yeah, I saw that come up on my alerts. I must have marked it a while back. Yeah, it's breaking that pivot on the 4 hour. Yeah, it looks really good. PMG target 196 on that, 50 more. Yeah, looks really good. Good call. Good call. All right, let's take a look shop here. Shop, you still want to see shop break 1586.82. We'll scalp it again, come back up. Amazon still doji 15, which means it's right in the middle. Now we can scalp inner candles as well. Shopify's long right now, target 1586. Just that easy. You want to sell it before it gets to it. Okay. 68. That's a $20 move. This is a $20 scalp. Really quick. It's long right this second. We're going to target 1586. We're going to sell it before it gets to it. As it breaks, we're going to get back in it. Easy peasy breezy. Easy peasy breezy. Amazon trying to roll up here to fill that gap. We are still looking to take this thing long. If it breaks 37.22, it will be long. And the target is 37.34. We're going to sell it before it gets there. Same thing as shop. We will re-enter if it breaks the high. All right. It hit target there. We sold out again. There. We re-enter if it breaks the high again. AMGN. I was watching that last night. Short. This wasn't a day. Yeah, so AMG is going to be short right now, 212 4 hour. We're going to target the pivot low. AMG is short right now, first target 242. Shopify needs to break the high for re-entry into it. Here comes shop. If you took that scalp right there, you should be up pretty damn good. We're going to take it again when it breaks 1587. HD pulling back just a little bit here. SQ still going. Keep an eye on SQ. We're waiting on shop to break that. SQ's long right here. Add to it. SQ is longer. Add to it right now. It's breaking a 4-hour pivot. Coming up on the month. Target's going to be 278 for a swing. If you're in it, and you want to get in it, there you go. Amazon still doji inside. HD pulling back slightly. If it breaks back above it, we'll add to it. Same thing every day, guys. Same patterns.
Apple's
HD pulling back.
ripping.
All right, I'll say what happened. Ooh, yeah, there's a 2-2 back up. I would wait if you're not in it until it breaks 143.86. Then you can re-enter. Same thing we do on shop, just a smaller ticker. So you can take that 2-2, target being 143.86, but it needs to make a new high. If it does, it's long, it's fine. Target's gonna be 145.09. Momo hammer on the 4-hour, which is beautiful. We need a clean break on this thing. SQ still pushing new, up here. We don't have to be everywhere. We just gotta be in a certain place and watch a few tickets. Carvana trying to come up. SQ still long here. Add to it. That's $5. Amazon still doji. We got 1 minute to the flip. A lot of stuff this goes inside, and you'll see it pop back up. Hopefully, shop needs to make a new high here. If it doesn't make a new high, it can start to roll over for this gap. So we'll take it short. If it does, doesn't matter to me one bit. Doji on ZS, Doji net. Carvana's trying to be strong today. SQ still nice and strong. All right, here's the make or break on shop. Amazon. Let's take a look at Amazon here. Baidu short right now, breaking through pivot low. Baidu is short right this second. Supposed to be short and breaks a 3 on a 15. Shop coming back down. Amazon's still stuck inside. We need to break one way or the other here. I'm gonna put a hard stop on Home Depot. Gonna put a hard stop on SQ.
Jerry, Nvidia is puking.
NVDA. Oh yeah, it sure is. All right. Oh, Tesla's fixing to be short too. Let's see here. Yeah, Nvidia's coming down target 815. Let me take a look at it. Yeah, it could just be a major pullback on it. Remember, every time frame is some pullback. It'll be short when it crosses 820.50. We're going to target pivot low on the 5 at 814. It'll be a nice short here. All right, shop's coming on back down. We'll short this thing. Baba's coming down. I'll be able to short that thing as well. I like these big tickers because it's just, you just bring it up for 20 seconds and get out. Shop rejected off the top here. Got to make a higher high, trying to come back down. It needs to break 1562, all right? Because there is support at 1563. All right, so it breaks this level hill, it will be a short. Now, if you look right there, there's 3 touches on that price where it's at sitting right this second. All right, it could act as support. That's why I want to see a clean break to the downside. If it does, we'll target the candle on 5 minutes. All right, which would be 1550, and then gap fill. All right, so keep it ready because it will be short in just a second. If it breaks, let me say that. HD trying to come up. HD breaks the high to be add. It's trying to do a Momo hammer at the moment. See where she goes. ZS got a hammer for me. Shop still holding support right there. Let's keep an eye on Amazon. She's trying to come up. VIX did a hammer. That's why a lot of stuff's going down here. We gotta be careful with these shorts on these strong stocks. They got now Amazon's trying to come up right now. If we get a solid green candle, it's gonna be long, target 37.33. Amazon's long right now. We're gonna target 37.34 right this second. Amazon's long right now. We're gonna target the high. Just like we did on shop, we target this high right here. Keep on ZS trying to do my hammer back up. All right, Amazon's long. I'm gonna sell it before it gets to it. All right, here. So I came here out of Amazon. Thank you very much. Right here's a target on this thing. When it breaks it, I'll re-enter for a new entry. It needs to break a new high here. All right, Amazon's gonna be long. Okay, let it go solid green here. All right, so we take it from here to here. There's one scalp right there. Target being here, you want to sell it before it gets to here. It needs to make a new high. Okay, it needs to be solid green before I send it. All right, just that easy. We can scalp these big tickers. Less time, less risk. That's $10 in 5 seconds. And yeah, it's green instantly. It's all about timing. While this stuff's trying to come back up, when Amazon breaks clearly 37.35, it will be long again. Hey, you can't get this information anywhere. I'm telling you, you're not going to find it. Not for free.
Badass, Jerry. It was awesome.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Yeah, we do it. Give it away. Dude, you know, the market's been kind of choppy here lately, and the way we make our money is we scalp it. You got to be quick. And, you know, the less time in these things, the less risk you have. And this is exactly why you want to see a solid break on these bigger tickers, because it made a higher high and it pulled right back down. All right. So that's why we scalp and do what we do. We're playing 3 and 4 and 5D chess here. All right. And that's also why you don't send until it's a solid green candle. Any sign of pullbacks or wicking or anything, you wait. When it's solid green and it has a clear break of the high, you take it. All right. Shopify's coming on down. Let's take a look at that. We'll take it short. The shop's breaking that support so it can come back down and touch the bottom of that green candle, come back up. All right, Shopify has a solid red candle here. It's going to be short 1561. If it's solid red, it'll be short. We're going to target the body, not the wick. 1551. Okay, $11. Chat pretty quick. Tesla's trying to break this tilt on 15, and on the 30, if it does, it will be short as well. All right, we know about price expansion. All right, we really know about price expansion. All right. And we know that they expand on the pivots, they expand on support and resistance. The larger, brighter formations on the higher time frames, on the daily, weekly, it does us no good. You know, we're day trading. Shopify's fixing to be short here. We're going to target the body of the candle here. Shopify is short right this second. It is short right this second. We're going to target the body. We're going to sell before it gets to the body. All right. You should already have a limit to sell in instantly, because on this thing here, you will catch a spike. All right, you'll catch a $300 spike in a blink of an eye. All right, they nobody tell you that. I do. I'll tell you that. Limits order, catch at the top of the ass. Watch the spikes on the ass on level 2. You set your order just a few cents below it, and you'll feel instantly. You don't have to be in the whole mode to catch an extra $300. So I'm all out of Shopify. I mean, I'm not going to hang around, guys. I don't hang around. Let's look at charts. Level 2, so you can see this thing happen in real time. All you gotta do is watch the ask here. When they spike up, you'll see as it comes down, these orders, they'll be from 29. You'll start seeing them bounce 31, 33. See it goes to 32.60. you're gonna have an order in at 32.50, right? You would have been filled instantly. You would have been filled instantly, and that's how you do it. All right.
Can you get that by joining the ask?
No, you set your limit at this price here, 5 cents below it. So when you watch the bottom of the ask, see that 38 just came in. If you had an order in at 3,700, it would have been filled instantly. See that 35 just sold? The 35 just went through, even though it's 33. They're throwing these crazy numbers in. All right, that's a spike. All right, people coming in chasing it. Retail chases shit. All right, I used to be there. When they hit market, the first in order gets sold. All right, it's first in, first come. It's first come, first serve. So when you see these spikes in here, you're going to set your limit to that 5 cents below it. You got to be quick. A lot of times you'll see them come up. Sometimes they'll throw in crazy numbers and you'll get soaked. You know, so you're keeping your price above limit. All right, you're going to instantly set it way above it. So 30 is the going price for it. You're going to set it at the top of this range, 31.40. You're instantly going to set it above it. Instantly. So you don't, the thing is, you don't need to take the whole move. You don't, look, we don't have to go to the base. There's hell, why? If we're catching $400 or $500 spikes, there's no sense in being down there. ZS broke pivot 15, retest, fixing to go. Net was on my scans last night. If it breaks 110.36, it'll be long. ZS is long right this second. I found these on my scans last night. ZS is long right this second. If you watch the basis, it went from, see the 36.80 there? All right, we need to timestamp this. 54.
Jerry, would you get long crowd over 269.48?
Yeah, I'm watching crowd right now. It's on my screens. You know, wick down both times. Take a look at ZS. ZS is your better target and net, NET. Because they broke above and retested. Crowd has retested that pivot 15 pivot 2 times. But yeah, crowd's long over 270. 270. You want to allow 50 cents at least, if not $1 over the top. All right.
All right, thanks.
You're welcome. If you guys watch this level 2, I'm telling you, watch it at 33. Keep watching. If this thing yanks down just a little bit, they'll throw wild orders in there. I'll try to show you this. This is real. This is, I mean, that you use this spread to your advantage. When they send those 36s and 37, they get bought instantly. It's the wildest thing I've ever saw in my life. I never heard anybody talk about it. I'm sure there's people that do, but I've never heard them. Probably have to pay big money to hear that. All right, let's go back to the scan here. ZS is long here. ZS is long. It broke the 15 and retested. Beautiful ticket. ZS is long right now. Let's look at the higher time frame. Look at this. It's fixing to break the month and the week, just like Amazon. All right, 212 4 hour. Dude, I know what's gonna pop. If it's on my screen, it's set up. Hands down. If it's on my screen, it's ready to rip. Nets, same thing. It's on my screen. It's on there. If I give it real estate, it's something's happening. Net needs a clean break of 110. 212 weekly breaking. It just broke the month. All right, today breaking that 4 hour pivot and the daily. It is primed and ready.
TTD,
Right
right?
this second. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Think about TTD.
Oh, TDD. Yeah. Yeah. Somebody brought that up this morning. Was that you? Beautiful 2-2 back up. Yeah. Good job, man. There's just a pullback right here on the weekly. Target still $97. It breaks and retests daily pivot, breaking out of 4 hours, 2-2 month. Beautiful ticket. Absolutely gorgeous. Great find. What I love about this one, more eyes. ZS is just going to the moon here. Next gone. Crowd's breaking right this second. Let's pull it up for that guy. Yeah, crowd's on my screen. Yeah. If it's on my screen, it's got the potential to move a lot. A lot. I let it break 270 here just so it don't pull up and pull right back down. All right, it's set up. If you pull back and retest on the weekly, it's gone. All right, needs that clean break 270. It'll be long. The space coming down. It needs to break the pivot on the 30. Tesla needs to break the pivot or bounce. ZS still going here. Oh, it's like we're at a damn horse race. You know, like Kentucky Downs or something. ZS still going here. It's up 650. All right. I can see these right here on my chart. See it break through the recast. As soon as it crosses right here, it's high. All right, those 3 blocks. It's entry. Remember, it's for 10 o'clock. You should, regardless if these things can move, go to the moon or not, you still need to be scalping. Because I'm not looking to stay in a long time before 10 o'clock. After 10 o'clock, we get a pullback. I'll re-enter for the long haul. That 10 o'clock flip is dangerous. You know, they can turn a switch on and everything goes to pot. Doc, you can take a look at Doc. Thank you very much for that, Abdullah. Sorry if I butchered your name. Thank you, sir. All right, take a look at, oh yeah. Yeah, so Docu was long right here. Target was a high. Now if it breaks the high, it's gonna be long. Breaking them up, beautiful set. It looks just like net. It looks like ZS. Beautiful find, absolutely gorgeous find on Docu. And I actually had that on my screen for a while, but it started chopping a really tight range. I got rid of it. See this tight range here? I probably need to throw it back on my screen here. I'll do that a little bit later. Let me pull this pattern up right quick. This is important here, guys. And we'll bring up shop and stuff too, but let me do this. Docu's gonna be long here. We need a solid break though. We want it to clear by at least 50 cents to 75 cents. All right. So you're gonna enter here, but look, it comes down, it bases on the pivot. That pivot happened yesterday. All right, 2-2 back up. When it crosses this candle here, this wick, it's long. Where's the target at? The body. Okay, the body. 10 o'clock flip. Yeah, it's 10 o'clock flip's dangerous. So the target's always the body. You want to be selling. You want to be selling as it gets to that body. Okay. Also, we'll exit. We'll take our money. We'll take it again when it breaks the high of this candle. But the thing is, it needs to be a clean break. All right, and it needs to make a clear higher high. It did break here, okay? That it did break and go solid green. But what I'm saying is, it needs depending on the price of the ticker. All right, if it's moving quite a bit, if it can move 50 cents to $1 in just 10 seconds, then you need to give this at least 50 cents to $1 break. All right, because the reason being is we want to see this make a higher high. All right, this here price expands off these. All right, price expands off the pivot. All right, price expands off of support and resistance. All right, so it would expand, contract off this. It needs a clean break. And right now it's tested it once, 2, and then 3 times. So this thing might roll over here. So look, this made a higher high here. This one made a higher high. Now we need another, on top of that, it needs to be another $1 higher before you even think about taking entry into it.
Baba's puking.
Oh yeah, I would wait till it breaks the 15 pivot.
Tesla.
Entry. Oh yeah, Tesla's breaking the pivot too. Nice. All right, man. Yeah, Baba's almost breaking that 15 pivot. It breaks that pivot, she's gone. Shopify gonna get up there. Shopify could find Shopify could break and retest this pivot here. If it breaks that pivot there, we'll re-enter. We're gonna wait and re-enter, and then we'll target 1490.
Shop
Tesla's
just
breaking
broke. Baba just broke.
Nice. I pull it up. So right here, we got a Tesla going to the downside. Let's look at the higher time frame. Yeah, target still pivot on the daily. All right, so Tesla's going to be short. We want a clean break though. It is breaking the pivot on the 30 and the 15, but we want a clean break because let me show you this before I look at Baba, because it's important for Baba too. All right, remember this, guys. This is very, very important for these breaks, okay? Very important. Here's a pivot. Price expands on it, right? What does that mean? It means it can come down, all right, and then go back up through range. What we want to see is a break, a close below this, right? It's even better if it breaks, retest it, then goes. You'll take it when it crosses this low here. All right. When it crosses the pivot, it is a short signal, 100%. Your safer entry is a pullback or a close below it. It keeps us it keeps us in the clear. All right. It keeps this from happening. All right. It keeps it from taking out the stops here and expanding back through. All right. This is the only thing we're trying to avoid. So you need to understand all possibilities on a break. All right. We can go straight down. All right. Target that pivot on the daily. All right. Worst case, it'll come back up, retest, and go back through range again. All right. As it takes out the stop. So we always gotta be aware of what's happening and when. That way we can react. All right. We always want to react, act and react. BA trying to break. Now let's look at Baba here. Okay.
It expanded on the pivot and it's coming back up.
Yeah. And not all of them do that, It's just something to be aware of. Now it can retest and break back through there, okay? Just like, Tesla is got the same setup right now, right? But it could go through, it could break through. So, remember, price can expand on the pivots. All it's doing is taking out
I think
the,
Nvidia is gonna
stop.
break that pivot again too, I think.
Yeah. Now Nvidia's got another pivot right below on the 1530. If it breaks the low of this first candle on the 15 or the prior candle, there's a hammer actually. The target will be the pivot. Right. So we got price expansion. Is all it's doing is it's expanding. It's taking the stop out. All right. Not all of them fail. Okay. Not all of them fail. It's just something to be aware of. It's just something, if you see it pulling back, what you need to know is cut that crap. Right? Because the trade's failed. Why you don't want to hold it. Right? Texas got more likely to go down because it could retest this pivot and then go back to $700. Right? 313 on the 4 hour. Even though Bob has been puking here lately, it usually pulls back up in the evening. It's chopping sideways. Amazon trying to come right back down and fill that gap, which is really nice. Shopify is right on the pivot there. If it breaks the pivot, we'll target the pivot low. Let's look at Tesla here too, because it's starting to do the same thing.
Amazon gap fill.
Yeah, Amazon was really good.
Google too.
Maximum sales. Yeah. So not only knowing the signals, but knowing what they can and they can't do when they break them. Right? It lets you act and react. There's price expansion on the pivots. There's price expansion on support and resistance as well. Right? All it's doing is taking out stops. All right, they're running stops before going back up. Again, if it closes below it and we get a retest of the pivot, that's a strong signal. You will take it when it crosses the low before the pullback or the retest. All right. All right, let's look at shop right quick. It's breaking that pivot. We can take it right back down to pivot low. Shop. All right, shop short here, target 1509. Shop is short 1509 PMG right now. It could go 1449. Shop is short right this second. I'm still scalping. I'm still going to scalp the hell out of it. Market control, nowhere VIX is coming up. SPY's coming down. This could be short lived. Okay. Amazon short here, target 3667. All right. Am I gonna be in it when it hits 1367? Hell no. Nope. Not gonna do it. Baba breaking down. SE breaking through 15 pivot. Next breaking down. These are major pullbacks here. A lot of times they'll shake out weak hands doing this kind of stuff to people. But it's just, that's why the market tells us what to do. And the last 4 weeks now, the market says, you better be in and out of stuff. There's no follow through. Net looked good, right? And now it gave up all the gains from this morning instantly. So that's why I like to scout, until the market starts to trend. I'm going to play accordingly. And that's why it's best to adapt or from adapt. And really, when you catch these spikes, you don't have to run it all the way to target. That's the beauty of it. You don't have to sit through a pullback, because during the pullback, it can reverse or continue. You're sitting there waiting on it. And I don't want to wait, and I don't want to take a chance of getting stopped out. I'd rather take my money and re in it. Safer. Tesla pulling back off that pivot expansion. Battery pulling back, Myrna. Shop expanded through that pivot low, try to pull back up. Amazon, same thing. They do it with VIX. Right? You can see it on VIX. I don't think they necessarily do it with VIX, but you can see it on VIX. $10.09. Yeah, so I'm usually done. I'm done trading by 10 o'clock every day. Yep. So in the morning times I'm scalping. What I do is I'm building me a cushion up. I'm building a cushion up so I can take my time after 10. Find the best setup. Smyrna's breaking down right now. It's broken down before. If you look on the 60 here, well, you can see the pivot on the 30. That pivot on the 30 there, it marks these low candles on the 60. All right. So, what it's saying is, hey, we pulled down here before. And when we touch this area, all right, it actually lines up with the pivot over here. Exactly. When we touched this area before, we pulled right back up. So what does that tell us? It tells us we better get below that area just a little bit before we take the entry short. That's what it's telling you, because anytime you see candles sticking down below like this, it tells you we've done it once before, we can do it again. All right, always think that. All right, the price expanded here. So you don't have to even know how to draw bar formations. If you got these pivots, it shows you expansion. Even if it don't show it, we know it can expand before it happens. That's why we can see into the future. Right now, Myrna's chopping sideways. All right, it's in a pretty tight range. It's up there. A lot of volatility in there. We can trade this though. It needs to break. See this candle right here? It needs to break it by at least 50 cents to $1. Because what it can do is it can come down, take this stop out, and then go right back to the range. All right, it came down here, took this stop out. Bobby pulling right back up. CRWD looks like garbage. There's a bunch of volatility. Let me pull up CRWD right quick. I want to show you something on this one too. On the 15. If you see a chart that's got a bunch of wicks on it, a bunch of dojis, even the first 30 minutes a day, it tells you better stay away from this thing for a while. So look, and the reason being is this thing's chopping sideways first, but secondly, it pushed all the way up and it came back down. Then it went all the way long and it came all the way back down. And then it went all the way back up and it came all the way back down. I mean, if you go long on these things, you're gonna get stomped. Go short, get stomped. It did throw a long signal here, but it wasn't solid. It wasn't. When they break these areas, it should be a quick move. Okay? That's another thing on these breaks. There's a couple of nuances to it. It's got to be a solid green candle. You want to see it push through quickly. It shouldn't sit at the break area and chop. Okay? It shouldn't sit up there, and the candle should not bounce. It should hit the high, and the next candle should immediately start moving. So when you're looking at the break, it's important that you watch the candle and see how it reacts to that area. If it gets up there and it hits it and then it pulls back a little bit and then it pulls back up and it moves a little bit higher and then it comes back down, there's a problem right there. You want to see it hit and then push. You want to see it push pretty quickly up through that range. A couple telltale signs there. So You know, another thing is when I'm entering something, I still got to turn around and enter in a laptop and another separate laptop or iPad, and you know that gives me a few seconds to look back. If it, you know, it takes about 5 6 seconds to enter. And when I look back, and if that candle has any wick on it, I don't care if it's a freaking millimeter, I do not send it. All right. I don't send it. If it's got any wick on it or any kind of bounce there, I will not send it. All right, let's pull up Tesla here. We got all these things breaking these stops here. Well, guess what? They come right back through range. Now we're going away. All right. We'll take these reversals back through. And also that big puke right here at open, we're going to use it to our advantage. Why? We're going to take them right back up that big red candle on the 30s and the 60s. And we're going to eat them up.
Can you take
That's
a
right
look at,
now. Go ahead.
can you take a look at Apple? Looks like it's forming a hammer on the 15.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sure will. All right, now Tesla needs to break 653. All right, we'll call it 654. If Tesla breaks 654, it's gonna be long, and we're gonna target the body of the candle on the 30. All right, see this body here? There's the target right there, not the wick, the body. 663.85. And the reason we target the body instead of the wick because when a price comes up to the wick, if you're selling at that wick, it can make a lower low, and now you're chasing the bid. Right now is a pivotal moment in these hammers and the pullbacks and stuff across the board because it could be a pullback to the downside. We always get confirmation from a pullback in the direction of the change. Apple's kind of it pushed up here, it's chopping sideways currently. It needs to break that 144 44 level. And again, you always want to give it you want to give it a leap according to the size of the ticker and the price it can move per day. Apple is a smaller ticker, so I would give it 144.60 at the bare minimum. All right, and after 11 o'clock, you're gonna give it twice as much because these breakouts that we trade in the morning with no hesitation, they fail about 80% of the time after 11. All right. So Apple looks pretty good here. It's close to all-time highs. Did it get to all-time highs? No, it's close to it though. All right, there's the next 15-minute candle. All the stuff's inside right now. We wait. The more candles, the more information we have. All right. Apple could break that high there and come right back down and start chopping. Right now, it's inside. All right. So there's a 2. All this is inside. All right. All of this is. Let's look at Amazon here. Amazon filled that gap nice and came right back up. Novak's coming down. They're probably gonna bring down Myrna with it. Across the board here. SC chopping sideways, Roku chopping sideways, SQ chopping. SC's trying to break. Netflix chopping. Everything's stuck right dead smack in that center. Zoom. Bob is trying to reverse and come back up. Net broke through, trying to push back up. Carvana. HD still halfway strong. HD's a swing. I mean, if you want to hop in HD and swing this thing for the next month or so, you got potential to make at least 20, 25 bucks. HD is setting up. All right, it's shopping sideways. It looks like garbage right now. If you look at the higher time frames, it's on its way up. First, going to be the pivot high, 345.69. I mean, that's the same pattern it plays on the 5 minute, 15.36. It just takes longer. Coming. It is coming. And now's the time to hit it too, because it's 3-1. So you take advantage of this pullback as it breaks the top, and that top takes the week up. The target's going to be the high. Right. Calls are very cheap on this thing. I was looking at them last night. There's 13,300. There was 13,000. Now it's 13,002 on July 16th. 330 strikes. All right. So I think it's going to move. I think it's going to move, frankly. All right, let's look at shop here. Expanded. Now it's doing a hammer at the base of the pivot, all right? So it just, so let's look at shop. This is a very bullish signal here. Very bullish. Let's look at the 5 minute. Yeah, we'll just look at the 15. Let me show you. This is a very, very, very bullish signal here. Yeah, but we can't just take it because it's retesting. We take it when it crosses certain levels. Okay, all right. This thing pushed up 2. It goes inside. All this is inside here. When it breaks, it became a 2. All right. There's that. It pushes up. It comes back down and retests. All right. And we know that price expands on these pivots. All right. So there's,
Where's it going?
which one? Murmur?
Square broke the pivot.
Oh, sorry. Nice. We know there's expansion on these things here. So it expanded below it. All right. It retests. So it's just a retest. It's a break, a retest. Now it's trying to push back up. Really, you want to wait till it breaks this here, but we can take it on a 5 minute signal target here. All right. If it breaks this right here, it'll see 1587. So we'll look for 5 minute here for a signal to take it long. If it breaks 15, say we got to give this one more because it's a bigger ticker. If it breaks 1550 to be long, target 1564. Let's see. SC's breaking down, BA's breaking down. Tesla's trying to break here. Let's see if we can take her short. But right now we wait. I can tell you this. I'll give you 2 targets on the shop. 1551 break, it'll be long. If it breaks below 1527, it'll be short, target 1509. All right. We'll play what we see. And I don't care taking 4 or 5 different ways, to be honest with you. All right, we got to pull back to the downside here. Look at Tesla break 648. It is short instant. We got more information now. All right. We have more information. Target's still going to be pivot low on the daily. Right. It needs to break 648. All right. And you can actually let it break 648.30 if you want to. But it will be short. While they're trying to come back down, let's see what else we got. SC's breaking down. A lot of chop going right now, I can tell you that. SC, you see here, SC's short signal, it's only got room for a dollar move. And, you know, there's no risk or reward there. It's not worth getting in right now with a chance of it touching the pivot and pushing back up. Bowen's breaking down here. Now BA's dying. I mean, the target on this thing is pivot low at 219. Momo shooter down. It's coming. It's got a gap fill coming up right now at 231. It fills it at 228. All right. So BA's short. Tesla's short right now. Tesla's short. Hit it. If you want some, shop breaks a low on the 15. It'll be short as well. BA short. Tesla short. BA short. Tesla short right now. I'm not in them long. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna keep repeating it. I'm scalping. Targets pivot low on the daily. Okay. If you want to hold it, you can. Target 635. And there is a major move right here on the 4 hour as well. It's this candle right here. Let's go ahead and pull it up. 657. 683. So that's $30. 7. 27. So 627 is target on this thing. So it should easily get through. Pivot. Hell, it might come on down to 571. If you look at the weekly, it made a lower high. Yeah. It came up, rolled back over. You know, that's just a pullback to the upside. We don't know. Space is short here. The market's so crazy, you've got to scalp. You just have to. Otherwise, you can get 8 up. Target on this thing is not very far, 43. Daily is, oh, it's got a gap fill at 42. Come on down to 38.65 instead. Space had a pretty good run. Again, it's going to be a pullback to the upside on the higher time frame. Scanning. It's a G showing wicks at the top there. It's starting to make lower highs. Here comes shop. Baidu breaks the low on the 15. It's going to be short. Shopify breaks 15.28 to be short. Short already. All right, and we're going to target 15.09 still. I tell you this, my favorite conditions in the market is a gap down day, and then at the open the market pukes. Dude, I will load up so much, I will go all in on days like that. I'd rather play a gap down day than any day whatsoever. Yeah, I love those days. Oh, and the big names, what happens is position holders sell. The way I interpret it, which is my interpretation, is that position holders will buy these big names at a discount. And the targets are really simple too. They're the open and then gap fill. All right, Roku's trying to break down. X is breaking down too right now. Oh, Tesla, give it to me, give me my money. X is going to be short when it breaks. Well, X is short right this second. We're going to target 193 Tesla. Thank you very much. All out of Tesla. If it pulls back, I'll re-enter. Thank you very much. BA down at 231.75, working out pretty nice. Thank you very much. All right, somebody wanted Baba. Here's your chance. Here's your chance right here. Shopify breaks that low on 15, she's gone. You can short Baba as soon as it comes up a solid red candle here. Your target's 209.37. The only problem is it's not that much, to be honest with you. If you're going to pay that much for a contract, it's best to look for one that can move a lot. Always looking at R&R. If you're going to take a chance of losing $100, you better have the potential to make 500. Shopify breaks this 1530 level, 1528. It is short. It's very short. Still going to target at 1509. I will be looking for re-entry back into Tesla. You ready on shop? Dang, it's prime and ready to go. I like these big ones. They move so much. They move so much in a short amount of time. It's unreal. Let's watch Amazon here. We can short it. Target will be the wick on the 15. All right. Making lower highs here. Will these things die all day? Probably not. They're strong tickers, but we'll short the hell out of them till then. We'll scalp them. Rephrase that. We'll scalp them. Some people say, oh, you can't short a strong ticker. Well, I can. CRWD rolled over. Now we see those wicks right here. Let me show you. This is important too. CRWD. So volatile. You can't trade this garbage. This is absolute garbage right now on CRWD. I'm showing you this to keep you out of it. CRWD, it pushed up. It's in a really tight range. Anybody that went in there, they got chopped up. It's coming down below these pivots here, but it's pulled back 4 or 5 times. All right. First of all, you wouldn't want to trade it because of the weight. Secondly, it's just garbage right now. Now it's on my screen because it has the potential to make a huge run. Until it comes out of chop, we don't touch it. All right, let's take a look at space is still puking here. I have some of these smaller ones on my screen here for people that don't have big accounts. All right, so if I call something that's cheap, that's why. Novax is just puking here. I saw it break a few minutes ago. We should have got in it. It's all right though. We'll still look at the potential to get in it. Myrna's doing the same thing. Myrna's actually lagging behind it today. If you look on the weekly, made a lower high. All right, it's coming down. Target's 168 on this thing. PMG down.
Jerry, what do you think about RH?
All right. Okay. Price looks good. The target is 704.50. The problem is it can sit there and bounce as it's got a 50% pullback.
Look at
Morris, come up
booking,
to- what's that?
booking, BKNG.
BKNG. All right. RH, I wouldn't touch it until it breaks 704.20. If it breaks that, you'll take it short. Target will be 692. Booking. Let's see. But yeah, RH does look good. Target will be that pivot low on 15. BKNG. The only thing is it needs a clear break on the 5-minute. That is support right there. All right, here's the next 15-minute candle. It's a flip, actually. We got a lot of stuff inside. If it breaks the downside, it will be short instantly. Amazon's 2-1. If it breaks there, target's going to be the wick on the 15. Booking, it's almost a target. It's the only problem. It's a really nice move here. Target's going to be that pivot on the 60. If it breaks there, so if it breaks the 4-hour here, all right, then you can enter it. All right.
Yeah.
So it needs a clean break, 2162 at least, maybe 63, 2163, because we know price expands on these pivots here. We got the flip just happen as well. So let it break and let it be a clean break as well. Looks really good. Big dumper. Love it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put this on my chart. Okay. Well, I love trading these monsters. Kind of spready, but you know what? If you're in it, you know what you're doing, you can make a crap ton off that spread.
It's hit that lower pivot so many times, it's gonna bust through if it does.
Yeah, it's rejected off the top. You know, on the weekly, it's rejected 3 or 4 times, and it's continued to make a lower high. Each time it came up and touched. I'm actually gonna throw this on my chart. I like them big diggers. Who's gonna swap out here? Carvana's a beast. Well, I got so many nice stickers up there. I don't want to get rid of any of them. I'll write it down. All right, 10 o'clock. The flip is real, man. The flip is absolutely real. Yeah, let me pull this up a bit better for you here. Yeah, so here's that target right there, or that pivot, and that pivot is a strong pivot. So what's you can see there on the 4-hour here on the daily, it extends all the way from 517, and every time it came, it's bounced. So it's bounced 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It could expand a little bit, take any stops out, and then come right back up. But I tell you what, the longer the consolidation, a bigger break, this thing's been consolidating since 510. If it breaks this level, dude, it's gonna be explosive. This thing is gonna puke. All right, but we got to make sure it's not expansion and it's actually a breakthrough. All right, so I'm gonna mark it, man. If it breaks below, I'm gonna give it some room. It's such a big ticker. I want to see at least below 2162. Yeah, I'm giving up some, but I'm giving it up for security. All right, and assurance. Whoa. Here, y'all see this right here? It's why it's important to be able to see these, and the pivots make it easy to see. And you know, if you train your eyes to see them, you don't necessarily need the pivots, but it's easy for the newer people. So that pivot expands all from over here. And if you draw a straight line across, you'll see it. So it's touched once, twice, 3, 4, we'll call that 4, 5, 6. All right. On the pivots, we also know that price expands. All right. So you got to account for expansion here. Because we don't want to see this thing expand down. All right. We don't want to see it to go down and then come back up and start chopping through range again. So you got to be aware of this kind of stuff here. So what I'm saying is if it breaks through, all right, it'd be nice if it closed below it. Of course, it won on the higher time frame today. But we'll see it on the lower time frame, and we take it on the break at a 60. Because the 60 usually lines up with the daily 4 hour. So I love that 4 hour. Get clean break. This thing can you. VIX is to the moon. It's gonna bring SPY down with it. Let's see if we can't short SPY. Anybody like SPY here? Remember, we're green right now. All right, we're green on these candles, but that could just be a pullback to the upside. We'll take profits on the flip. We're always in these mix. So on a big puker, two things happen. It's that they're taking profits and then it's going to go back down, or you know, it's the start of reversal. If it's going to be a reversal, we want to look for at least one pullback to the upside on the 5-minute. That's all you need. All right. And as it gets after 11 on a break or a reversal, you're still looking for a volume increase on it. So right now, SPY's coming down. I can do a PMG. Target's going to be 430.01. First target will be the pivot high on the 5-minute, which is 431. Let's see, 431.49. Okay, I mean, Tesla's strong. Yeah, I'm surprised it ain't had a big old pullback on the monthly yet. Frankly, we're getting small pullbacks. You can have pullbacks on green candles. Here comes Amazon. Let's watch Amazon too. I don't like SPY that much.
What do you think about Skin, SKIN?
You can. Let's see. I like that gap up. It rolled over. All right. Here's what a lot of people don't tell you on these gaps. Very important. This is very important. If you play gaps often, or you know how the market rolls and plays and moves, you'll know that half the time, any kind of gap, especially gap ups, when they gap up, they'll fill usually 50% before rolling over. This is very important to know. Everybody should know this. If you're gonna play gap ups, guys, note that they can feel about 50% for rolling up, right? So when it starts to roll up, your first target would be here, right? And we're breaking new highs. Looks pretty strong. Let's take a look at the higher time frames though. We want to look at the daily and stuff. That's what it is. It's breaking the 4 hour and the daily pivot. Beautiful pattern right here. So it breaks up, pulls back, and rips. So it takes these stops out. Big gap up. I mean, this could be one hell of a swing. As far as I go that 44.39. That $20 level is key. On the smaller tickers like this right here, SAC numbers are very important. They're very important. If you got in right now, that $20 level is going to be key. So it is long right this second. I would target $20. I'd target $20. Yeah. Because look right here. Here's how important. Let me show you. Here's how important these key numbers, these SAC numbers are. They're real. All right. And I'm talking about whole numbers 19, 20, 22, 23, 1500, 1600. It right here at $19. It bounced. Now it's a couple things below it, but it's at $19. This thing held. So that $20 level is going to be key. You could take it, but the RR is not very much. I guess the contracts are pretty cheap on it. You get about 20 cents, and it needs to break that $20 level. Let's watch Amazon. Make sure these ain't pullbacks to the downside here. All right, Tesla short, make sure it's a solid red can, it'll be short, so just pull back the downside, break in. Amazon's still chopping inside, you know, we can still scalp this thing. If it breaks 37.1350, it'll be long, we're gonna target the candle on the 5-minute, and, I'll show you. If it breaks that level, target's gonna be 37.19. About $6. Your safer bet is to let it break from the high or from the low. Right now it's chopping. If you don't know what you're doing, you're gonna get you'll get your stuff handed to you. Tesla's short
Gary-
right now. Yep.
Jerry, look at NEG, NEGG. It was just halted to the upside.
Meg. Short, Tesla's short right now, guys. Shopify will be short on a Momo shooter to the downside as soon as it crosses the low on the 15.
NEGG.
Keep an eye on Shopify here, guys. Tesla's short. ZS is short, target pivot low 15. Net's fixing to be short on a Momo shooter. We're gonna target pivot low on the 15. Etsy's still short. Roku's gonna be short. SE short. BA will be short when it crosses 230.80. Neg, wow, that's good. Volume increase, yeah. Let's see, is it optionable? They got
I
some
don't
kind of
know.
news. Let's take a look. You gotta be so careful. You gotta be so careful on these things. The contracts are ridiculous right now. They must have had some kind of news or something. Let's take a look at it again. Because what happens is they will, when this thing opens up, it could go straight to the floor. Now, I'd like to short this thing actually, but
That's what I was thinking.
Nvidia's short right here, guys. Shopify's fixing to be short. Man, you can get really tore up in this thing. Just be careful. We'll keep an eye on it, and if it starts to come down, we'll short the hell out of it. Because it stares up over there down. The market's puking right now. VIX is going to the moon. SPY's going to come down. Shopify's going to be short as soon as it crosses right here.
Can you check MSFT?
Sorry, what's that, sir?
MSFT, Microsoft.
Oh, Microsoft, yes, sir. Shopify is short right now. Shopify is short. Shopify is short. Nvidia is short. Novavax is going to be short when it crosses low on 15. Microsoft's rolling over here. Yeah, we got price expansion on the 30-minute, trying to come back through range. Looking pretty good. The whole market's rolling over as a whole. It's a doji on the daily. It means it's right smack inside. It is short right this second, but you got to be careful with it because there's a lot of range right here. It is still on a short signal. I think it's short. The reason it's short right now is because VIX is coming down. Your safer entry is when it crosses 278.65. That's a safer entry. Now, if you get in short right now, that is your target. 278.65. It's not very much. All out of Shopify. Thank you very much. I'll take my money. So yeah, Microsoft's short, but you're going to target these. There's a lot of support right here at 278.65. A lot. So if it breaks through that zone, it'll be short. Could gap fill. Shopify is still going here. I'll look for another entry into it. Nvidia is still short. Roku's still working. Etsy's still working. CRWD's target. Shop. Thank you very much. Shopify still target is going to be pivot low 5-minute. 15.12. It breaks that, boy, she's in trouble. Nvidia's still short here. I should be making all kinds of money today. SQ broke down and retested on the 15th, so SQ short here. Beautiful break and retest the downside. It goes back through range. Nvidia is short here. We're going to target the pivot low on the 15, 814.46, which is that candle right there. It breaks 18.44, 18 on the top. Next target is 805, breaks 814. All right, Shopify's still working here. We'll look for another entry into it. We're just
This
scalping.
Clorox is strong.
Feel it's still going. Oh yes, Clorox looks really good. Yeah, you can see 189. Understand. Well, so really good. So yeah, so if it wants to, it can PMG up to 196. That's really good. Really good. The video's touching pivot low 15. Hell, we missed Tesla. Amazon trying to come back down. VIX going to the moon. SPY coming down. 52 coming down. Beautiful day in the neighborhood. Tesla's short right now. Tesla is short on Momo shoot to the downside. Still targeting that daily pivot, just like we talked about a million times, but I won't shut up. These patterns play over and over and over. The only thing that separates them is time and money. It's the same pattern every single day. Same
Barry, do
pattern.
you trade the options on the VIX?
I do not. No, I don't. There's not enough money there to make. Because the ADR is not very high. It's the only problem. You very well could though. I like these tickers that can move $5 in 2 seconds. There's less risk. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to sit through the pullback. I'm not sitting through the pullback to the upside. And as choppy as the market spin, it's too risky. So it's kind of spreading on these right here. And the average range is $2. They're kind of spread. It's not, the R to R is just not there. Yeah, but I like that Momo hammer on the 15er though, on the 5er. She's gone, boy. The market's dying. You should be up a shit ton in Tesla. You should be up a ton in Roku. Where's my guy John at? Okay. You should be killing today. Etsy still short here. Netflix still short here. I mean, it's incredible. It's incredible.
Yeah, I'm here.
Amazon short.
I shorted Roku a long time ago. I got out. I covered at 425 because I thought that was strong. But so I left about, I don't know, $1,000 on the table, I guess. But
Yeah.
but anyway, yeah, I was in it at short at 434 once it broke below the ORB this morning.
Nice. Yeah, let me this pattern right here, guys. These patterns are the same patterns all the time. The same patterns all the time. And these are patterns that I picked up. And again, stuff that I personally picked up on, you know, they've probably been discovered a million times before me. Anyway, we got a break below the pivot low here. Price comes down. We get a pullback here to the upside. As soon as it crosses the low, guess what? We're going to short the hell out of it. There's another entry here. You see it's making lower lows here. Same pattern. Here's the pattern. Here's the pattern. It's a wave. I love that thing. That wave works either way. That's artwork. Man.
Look at, Jerry, look at NVIDIA. I think on the 15, it expanded off that pivot. This could be a spot potentially to go long
Nice.
on the
Yeah, I
15.
like that. Yeah, wick down below it just a little bit. Trying to
Just
push
a little
back
bit.
up. I love it. So for confirmation, we need that pullback to the upside. We get that. Well, look here. If we get this wave right here, I like John this time. If we get this to the upside, it's money. We get it right here. Yep. Otherwise, it could do. NVIDIA could do this right now. Then we
So it's
catch
got to
it.
go. It's got to go up once, come back, and then get bought, and then take back out the TTO above that, right?
Yeah. Let me. I'll pull it up. You're absolutely right. It is bouncing off that pivot, which is a great sign. It's a bullish
Yeah,
sign.
because it expanded that range.
Absolutely beautiful. Beautiful sign. Absolutely expanded. And you know that pivot came from several days ago too.
Yeah, I know. That's what makes it nice.
So to take this, what we're going to be looking for is on the 5 minute, because these reversals and the confirmations you always look to the lower time frames first. We'll see this. Once it does that, crosses there, you're entering a target body, wick, body, wick, body, wick. Take it high. All right. So market's coming right back up. We had that big shoot up in VIX. VIX is coming right back down, so market recovers. And folks, this is exactly why you scalp. You know, we have to scalp. We got to scalp now. If the market starts trending, you're gonna get ate up. So my strategy now is I'm scalping, right? I take money on the way, and then on a pullback, I'll re-enter in the direction of the trend. So I'm not sitting through any pullbacks. It's too volatile. You know what I need. We're getting some big green candles and stuff right here. So what we do now is we wait. This could be profit taken on NVIDIA, it could be profit taken on Amazon, Shop, Space, all these green candles popping up right now.
Same thing
This
as
could all be
SPY,
profit
SPY broke the 15 pivot too.
Nice. So it could be rejection of the base and then come back through. The good thing that's working in our favor right now, when and if we get a reversal back to the upside, we got these huge red candles that come back through. And to me, a big red candle or green candle is nothing more than a gap play. And the reason being, there's no resistance there. And the reason it works so well is because there's a bunch of stops to take out on the way up. And the reason I came to the conclusion that they are gap play because the TPO profile. Now, if you take the TPO profile and if you turn it on, I got it turned off right now, but if you turn it on, wherever there's these big candles, there's gaps, all right? Now, the volume profile is volume at price extends out, right? Whenever there's a bunch of price, when the stock's being bought in a certain range, this profile sticks way out, okay? When there's a big candle, it's a hollow, it's a cave, all right? And when price comes through this cave, this pit, this vacuum, it moves quickly. There's nothing there to stop it from falling. There's nothing there to stop it from falling up, pushing up, whatever you want to call it. There's nothing there to stop. There's nothing. It's like falling off a cliff, and there's no branches to hit on the way down. Right? So to me, it's a gap because there's nothing there to stop it. That's why I call them gaps. There's nothing to stop it from falling. There's nothing. I don't have to say it, but that's how it is.
Yeah, you know, Jerry, I think I know why you like to have one pullback, because I think the first candle is short covering. So the second candle or the third is seeing if they really are, people are buying it versus short covering.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right now they're across the board on every ticker. We got that big green candle. And right now, on that candle, we sit and we wait. And the reason we sit and we wait is because
Neg is unhalted and it's falling.
Yeah, okay. So the reason we sit and wait is because we don't know. It's a pivotal moment. We don't know if it's a pullback or people taking profit to the downside, or if it's the sort of a reversal. And the way we determine that is by the pullback to the change of trend or the continuation of trend. And really, that's all you need. That's the secret tool, is the pullback. That's the tool. It was NETT, right?
Like egg with an N. NEGG.
Oh, GG. Neg. Neg rhymes with egg. Yeah, so they opened it. See how they opened it and it puked. Crazy. So volatile. It stares up, elevator down. What goes up must come down. And a lot of times it comes down with velocity. On the 5 minute, it came down so fast it gapped down. Again, we need that pullback for confirmation, one way or the other. You know, when that thing opened up, everybody pulled their money out instantly because they know it was going to happen. And the market makers got a hand in that garbage too. The worst case is you hop in and it halts again. So it can be dangerous. It actually popped up just now on the, or it might have been up there already. 10% scan. Yeah, it's on the top of the list. That's why I love that 10% scan. Let's see what else is up there. All right, we're looking for reversals, but we need that confirmation where they pull back to the upside. All right, and guess what? We're gonna take them back to the other up. We play them up, we play them down, we play them up, we play them down all on the same day, don't matter. Behaving, gapped up, guess what? Filled 50%, shot right back up. It failed to make a new high, it can roll back down. Behaving, behaving, push up. There's that same pattern right there on the weekly. It's just a wave. It's just a wave. Behaving breaks here to be short. We'll target the base 103.90. This is a pretty cheap one too. Behaving. SGH, take a look at this time. SGH gapped up this morning. All right, it's sitting here consolidating. If it breaks $55, it'd be pretty good. Target will be 57.69 on this thing. Probably pretty cheap too, if I had to guess. No go until it breaks $55. We'll pull up these other things. We got to give these things time. We got to see that pullback. Right now, we're just sitting and wait. All about patience. JKS is still one hell of a swing. Yeah, same pattern. Push up, pulls back. There's a pullback to the upside there. Running. Gonna break, retest the daily pivot. This is kind of like what we want to test it, Dev. Break, come back down and touch the pivot. Don't have to touch it. Just gotta get close. And then push right back up. If we see 700 and 900 eventually. Speaking of Tesla. Hold up. All righty. These reversals always happen on the lower time frames first, guys. All right. Netflix is looking really good. We got a touch of the pivot, trying to push back up. So here's our moves, guys. We're getting ready. All right. So let's look at shop. We'll be looking at Amazon, ZS, Baba, Net, Carvana, HP, Brown, Etsy, Roku, all of them. All right. Now, Shopify will be long when it crosses 1545. We got to get out of this range. So set me work right there. Let's look at Roku right quick. Etsy. All right, here's our first pullback on Roku happening. It could come up and touch pivot low for a retest and shoot back down. So Roku, let's look at 426 to 428. You know, if Roku touches 426, you'll target the pivot low. It's better if it breaks pivot low. CRWD. Looks like Amazon, right? Amazon's still stuck kind of inside here, a really tight range. Really need to see that 37.13. Was it a video? We're looking for these confirmations on the 5 minutes. So it touched over, it rolled over on the 15, it expanded, trying to come back up. You see it really good on the 30 here. All right. So look, if NVIDIA breaks 820.50 to be long, the target will be 824. All right, 824. Your safer entry. All right, if you want to wait, your safer entry is when it breaks 825. That's your safer entry. Now, when you take the break here, your target will be pivot low. Okay. CRWD pushing here. Netflix is pushing up too. So CRWD is long right now. Crowd is long right now. We're going to target each wick or each candle on this 5-minute. 266.50 is next target. Then 268. So CRWD is long right this second. CRWD is long right now. CRWD. Netflix is taking off. Netflix was long here. Target's going to be the pivot low, so it's too late to enter right this second. So now we got to wait and let it break 537. We can play these small plays here. We sure can. So let me pull this up right here because this is what we're looking for in smaller time frames. So we're looking at the reversal here. It's important as well. So price comes down at reverse. Here's our pullback here. See it? It comes back up. You would take it long here. Let me try to clean this up. Price comes down, it breaks below the pivot. Here's a pullback to the downside. It crosses. You take it when it hits this. Target's going to be the pivot low. And the reason it's the pivot low because it can come up, expand from the top, and then pull right back down as it retests. Right? So first target's always going to be the pivot low. We want to see a break, a retest of this area, or at least a pullback. We'll take it again. We'll target each of these candles. All right. And really what we're not even really targeting candles. We are, but we're not. On this level here, there's a lot of resistance. All right. The point of control marks it just as well. All right. So when it comes up, not only targeting these, but we're really going to be paying attention to this zone right here. How's it going to react right here? You know, because it can hit this zone, expand, and then chop sideways.
Jerry, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Well, people are still on. We should maybe talk about your Zoom and upgrading it. Do you want me to do it?
Yeah, if you want to.
Okay. I and some of the other people, this is Nicole, by the way. I and some of the other people on the Discord chat last night and yesterday afternoon were saying that we should donate to Jerry so he doesn't come out of pocket for Zoom anymore. And also because there are people every morning that are clamoring to get in this room and it gets filled up. There are 94 people on right now, and his Zoom subscription only holds 100 people. It's only to host 100 people. So it's another $2,500 a year for Jerry to upgrade to do, what is it, 300 people?
Yeah.
And so if we each shipped in $20, $25 for the entire year, then it would cover Jerry's cost to host Zoom.
Yeah. It's $199 a month. I don't know
I mean,
why it shows.
I
And
mean,
we're in the
I would do
same
that
voting
in a
and the
heartbeat.
same like small
shows,
business,
It shows
really.
$199 a year, but it's actually $199 a month. And I've upgraded to get more storage for the recorded videos and stuff like that.
It was $199 a month or $199 a year?
A month to host.
No.
the
It didn't say 199 a year. It said if you do the annual, then it's less or something.
Yeah. Look it
So
up.
it ends up being for the $500 for extra storage and to host 300 people, another $2,500.
Yeah, that's right.
It's like 167 a month
that's right.
if you
Yeah.
buy it all at one time.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah. And I've been hosting the 100, but the other one is like a big jump up. Well, that would be nice though.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good with that. I think that's great. Let's do it.
Yeah, I would definitely do it. Just let me know
I think because we've
What-
reorganized so many times.
how we
and that
donate and stuff
how
like
we
that.
have,
I'll do it.
Like
In the
new buildings and now
in
we
the
own it, now we
Discord-
can't.
His
now we're-
his
I think we're
PayPal
pretty much
is
settled
at
now, like
Oh new.
these are, this Marietta property
Okay.
house is inspired the Frosty Shop and then we have the Frosty Shop in Belgrade and
We
obviously.
got too many people talking over each other now.
Yeah, the PayPal link is in the Discord and it's at Big O Noob as well. But we're gonna use the recorded content to pull out tips and stuff like that. And we're also gonna be working on, I'm gonna be working on pulling together these strategies in detail and making a course and giving it away to everybody. Because there's so many tips and tricks that go into each strategy, it's important to break it down. And I mean, I could spend hours just talking about one strategy, but it seems a lot harder than it is. But you need to know all the nuances in and outs of each one. But when it's breaking down, it all revolves around one pattern. And really, this is the pattern. This is the pattern for everything right here.
I'm all in. I'll donate today.
Thank you so much.
Awesome, guys.
Yeah, I appreciate everybody here. And thank you too, Nicole. I appreciate you very much.
Well, we appreciate you.
I just sent mine in, Jerry. So you should have it now.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we're all just a big community here and stuff. We all have the same goals and the same common interests, or not, I don't know if we have all the same common interests, but our common interest is, trying to make money in the market. I know that. I think that's pretty common.
I'm in Jerry too. I'm gonna send something by PayPal in the next 2 hours when I get grounded.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is there a payment plan available? I'm just joking. Hey, Jerry, I can, once we download each video to YouTube, there's no reason why, in my opinion, there's no reason why we need to keep the actual storage on Zoom. So I think we could probably start blowing those out and just kind of freeing up space.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Yeah, we just get rid of them. Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that. No problem.
Thank you so much, Tim.
How do we get those videos by the end of the night though? After each session?
I don't know. You know what? While we're sitting here, I'm gonna look for
I
my.
mean, sometimes it takes a day or two to get the videos in from the day that we're watching, Be nice to see the videos that night, go over it,
I'm going to I'm gonna look at my login info on my YouTube channel, and I'll send it to you. That way you can help. You can help upload the videos if you like.
All right,
Yeah.
yeah, just let me know. Well, I'm gonna need the Zoom too.
Yeah. Do me a favor. In Discord, send me. I need your email address. I'll do it right now. We're sitting here.
Okay, I'll send it to you right now.
Thank you.
Just remember the videos can't get uploaded until the recording, not just the recording stopped, but the actual session is stopped.
Yeah.
So like today's session, or excuse me, yesterday's session didn't stop until this morning when Jerry logged on.
Now, should
Even though
I?
you stopped the recording.
Is that up to Jerry then that's
Yeah.
up to Jerry then to stop the session, right?
Yeah. So what I do is we can all talk about it now since everybody's on here. So after I'm done for the day, I'll stop the recording, but I'll leave the room open in case other people want to talk to each other. So if people don't care, I'll stop the whole session, and that way they can be uploaded quicker. Or does people want the room open so they can talk to each other? So
Well,
It's kind of nice to be able to talk.
Is there a way to give me or Tim access to that to stop the session? Because I could check in an hour and if nobody's talking, then I could go in and close the session.
yeah. In Discord, send me your email address and I'll give you admin rights in the Zoom. Yeah.
Okay.
It's better to leave it on because a lot of people chime in sometimes even after an hour or two. Yesterday, for example, some people had some questions, so you
Yeah.
never know. Better just leave it open until the end of trading.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm talking about maybe around 5 or 6 o'clock. If nobody's talking on there, I could go in there and shut down the session and let it upload to Zoom. That way we could upload it to get it out to.
Oh yeah,
YouTube.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, by that time, absolutely.
Jerry, I sent you an email last week that you can schedule that. So the meeting itself, you could schedule the meeting to start and to end at certain times. So let me find that email. I'll resend it to you. But I can't do it because you have to be the account owner, I think, or you have to be the owner of the actual Zoom meeting room. So if you want, you could schedule it so that it starts at one time, like at 9 o'clock, for example, and then it ends at say 5, and then nobody has to worry about manually going in and turning off the actual session.
Yeah, that would be good.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Let me find out. I'll send it back over to you.
Market's kind of chopping sideways right now, so we're looking at the market. We'll try to go stuff straight now. But usually when I get off here, I won't sit back down on the computer till about 10 or 11 o'clock. It's trying to tutu back up. GS is trying to come back up. Baba's sitting right on that pivot. What else is going on here? HD still hanging around the top. If HD finishes the day near the top of consolidation, there's a 95% chance that gaps up more. So there's another pattern, guys. If Kim actually made a scan too. When a stock does good all day and it consolidates for the rest of the day near the top 25%, and then it finishes the end of the day pretty strong, like near its high, then usually most of the time the next morning it gaps up.
I just sent you that message on Discord, Jared.
Thank you so much. Signing the Zoom right now. Are you pretty good at editing stuff, Joe?
I'm pretty good at figuring stuff out, like
Okay, gotcha.
on the computer, so I think I can figure it out.
There's sometimes during the day I will mark down a time and I'll do like a small I'll give like a tip or something I think is important. I like to pull those out. Tim's been doing really good at pulling them out, but we can pull them out and make like a 5 or 10 minute video. It'd be really nice.
Yeah, where do you, I guess Tim is doing that now, right?
Yeah. Tim's doing that. Yeah, and I really appreciate him doing that. I mean, there's so many great people in the community. Everybody helps.
Where do you mark the time at?
I just marked on a piece of paper at the house, and I usually
Oh.
send it to them, just saying, "Hey, I marked this for maybe we can pull it out of there."
Okay, so yeah, I mean, if you could send it to me too, then when you send it to him, that way him and I are, we'll work it out to whoever's gonna do it.
All right, guys. Netflix it's got that same pattern right now. If Netflix breaks 5:37, it's gonna be long. And again, this pattern isn't everything. It's right here. There's the pattern. All right. So this is important right here. 2-2 down, it breaks through. It's retesting right now, right? So when it comes up and pulls back, our target's always going to be the pivot. We know price expand a little bit here. All right. There's your first target. It pulls back, it's retesting now. That's why we need a clean break here. All right. If we get a clean break here, of course, we're going to target these areas here. So we need a clean break. It needs to come up pretty fast with a solid candle. It's best if we get a candle to close above it. So there's different, you can have different rules for entry on these things. But here's your pullback here to the upside. Up there. Pulls back, comes up, you take it and it crosses the high of this candle here. I'm trying to log in Zoom right now. Let me clean this up and then we'll look at Etsy, because there's several of them doing the same exact thing right now. CRWD, ZS, Etsy. Roku's trying. VIX came all the way back down. Should shoot SPY back up with it today. SPY could finish the day strong. Here's the same thing right now on Etsy. It came down. Here's your pullback on that red candle. It starts chopping sideways again, but again, it's always you always enter on the break of this pattern. Okay, so it's long right this second. We're going to target here. Ultimately, we're targeting the pivot low. All right. The reason we target the pivot low is because it can retest and then come back down. You want to sell it as it gets to it. Okay. ZS setting up the same exact way. So let's pull that up. Same pattern all the time.
Jerry, could you just one more time say your crowd target, what it was? Was it?
Let's see here. It's a pivot low on 15. Let me, well, I can tell you, I can give you individual targets: 266.70, 268.02. Overall, the daily target's 269.70.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Keep an eye on it. We need to keep an eye on Tesla right now. Continue lower. It's to be a pullback to the upside here. So on 15, this is the reverse. And there's clear entries and exits on this thing too. Maximize it. Again, we play what we see. Okay. And there's defined entries. So there's nothing left to chance. Here's the pattern here. Okay. The downside. All right. And we're always thinking ahead. This could be our pullback to the upside. So right now we do nothing. It's got to clear defined areas, and that's it's got to clear this area here by at least $1, or it's got to clear this area here by at least 50 cents to $1. We're looking at this pattern here right now. All right. But we could do this pattern here. All right. Where we get to pull back to the upside. So remember, for a reversal of trend, we need this pullback, right? And we need a clean break. It needs to cleanly break all these highs. The target's going to be the pivot low. Okay? Target's always going to be pivot low first because it's so strong. It's powerful. It could come up and touch pivot low. It could shoot straight through it. It could hit it, pull back, and then go higher. or it could touch it and then completely reverse. If it bounces and retests off this thing, right? If it retests, the target would be right here. All right. And then you could scalp that. And then when we get a pullback and then it crosses below this, then you re-enter for a short. All right. So there's a bunch of different things that can happen here. And we are prepared for all. You know, if this is a reversal, of course we want to see that pullback to the upside. Here's your pullback right now. If it crosses here and we got a good solid green candle, it'll be long. We're going to target the pivot low. Right now we don't do anything, and the reason why is all this is a chop. All this is a compound 1. This is a 2, and this is a 1. Right? And the people, if you focus on individual candles, you're never going to see that, because this area here, you don't want to be nowhere near this thing. And if you're trading this, it's where you're going to stop out. So, you know, if we see this yesterday, you know, it breaks this candle here, of course we can short it. We're going to scalp it. And then it's trading sideways the rest of the day. So, you know, it's got to break this area to go long, or it's got to break this short to go short. And, you know, at open, what happened is it crossed the low. It crossed the pivot low. All right. So in here, you can play it still. To see here it cross on the hammer, come back and retest it, right? As soon as it crosses this right here, it's short.
Hey, Jerry,
Texas, it can be long.
so the pivot line from the strat pivot point is
Texas is long. I'm sorry, go ahead, my friend. The strat pivot. I'm sorry, sir. I wasn't trying to interrupt me.
No, I was asking, the pivot point is your target for the reversal.
Yes,
it has to touch it twice in a way, either up or down, in order for you to go for it. But do you do it on the 15 or the 5? I thought you were doing it on the 5.
The 5 minute. I get a better entry on the 5 minute, but I'm looking for these breaks and retests on all time frames, the 15, 30, 60 daily, 4-hour, weekly. I'm looking for these breaks on everything, on every time frame. But if I go to 5 minute, I can see exactly what price is doing. Right? Because if I'm looking at, say, the daily candle, I mean, just by looking at one candle, you can't see what's going on inside that candle. But if you look at the 5, 15, 30, 60, you can see exactly what it's doing. It could be a pullback going down, you know, and it could be a huge green candle with a small wick on the top. And you don't know it's fixing to reverse without looking at this lower time frame first.
And then for the rest of your targets, those are your daily targets and all that as you go up or down.
Yeah, exactly. All right, HD just broke out of consolidation. HD's long. I'm telling you guys, if you want a swing, that's going to be cheap. HD is a swing. I'm telling you.
Thank you, Jerry.
I said the same thing. You're welcome. I said the same thing with JKS and the bank. They were a swing. And I'll show you why.
What was HD doing?
HD's breaking the consolidation, and that's long. HD's a swing. Of course, we can day trade it, but let's pull it up. HD's breaking out its consolidation right now. And on top of that, the higher time frames here. Look at this. Here's the same pattern. If I pull up the weekly, right? And the larger time frame the pattern, the bigger the move. And the same thing for the larger the time frame, the bigger the move. So here's the pattern. It pushes up, same pattern. Right? The only difference is time and money. Right? So the only thing that separates the pattern is time. Lower time frame is going to happen quicker, and the larger one's going to happen a bit slower. But it's the same setup. We expect the same thing. Yeah. We get confirmation on the lower time frame. It's a break, a retest. Right? Don't have to touch it to retest. On the weekly, I mean, this is a monster. You can look at the 4-hour and see it's in a clear uptrend. I mean, it's moving. Is there going to be some pullbacks and stuff along the way to this target? Absolutely. Yeah. It's one of those, you set it, you forget it. When it hits target, you get out. You take the $20, $25 and you get out. And also you can buy this a little bit of the money. I wouldn't suggest it. I'd get as close to money as I possibly could. Why the hell do you want 10 cents a dollar when you can get 60 cents a dollar? It just don't make sense. If you're going to swing something 2 months, 3 months, year, 2 years, then you can, of course, you can buy a little bit further out of the money. And if you're going to buy it out of the money for a swing, at least 30 cent delta. Same pattern. Let's look at JKS. These are all the same pattern. Now JKS is doing the same thing. Target's still going to be the pivot high. It's on its way up. Let's look at Goldman Sachs. These were, I called swings on these several times in the past. Goldman Sachs.
How far out you think we should go on that? About a month?
A month.
On that swing?
A month's plenty. Yeah. Yeah. And if you look at this month, there's 13,200 contracts sitting on one of the strike prices. Somebody thinks it's going to go up. All right, here's Goldman Sachs. It's pulling back right this second, but each one of these was a swing. The further, if you look at the month, it's it's consistently moving up. This right here was a swing when it 2-2'd here. If you don't know what a 2-2 is, let me say this. Somebody was asking. A 2-2 is a 2 down, the 2 up. The next 2 opens higher. So this right here is a 2-2. When a 2-2, the color does not mean nothing. The color is irrelevant. So this was in a down pattern here. All right. So it came up and it starts moving down. All right. The next candle opens up a little bit higher. Yeah. So this one's down here. This one opened up higher. So it's a 2 down. All right. So you can say this out loud. So this is a 2 down. This one's a 2 up. It's higher than this one. All right. So say you have a candle and the next candle is lower. That's a 2 down, 2 down, 2 down. It's a continuation. All right. But when you have 2 down, 2 down, and all of a sudden the next candle opens up a little bit higher, that's a 2 up because it's higher. That could signal a reversal of the trend or a pullback. All right. It tells you there's something changing. There's a change in the behavior. There's a change in the pattern. And the same thing goes for a 2 up, 2 down. It's the same thing. So if you look at this here, let me clear this out of the way, expand it. All right, here's your 2, 2, 2. This candle here is higher than this candle here. All right, right here, this candle. The wick's higher, 2 up, 2 up, 2 up. Now, this candle here is open lower, all right? Made a lower high. So this one's higher. So it's, you see, up, 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 and all of a sudden, this one up is lower. All right, so this is a 2 up candle. This is a 2 up. 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 This one is lower, 2 down. All right, colors does not mean nothing. All right. Now sometimes you'll get 2 up, 2 up, 2 up, 2 up. This one's still lower than this one. See, it's lower. It's lower than this candle here. So that's a 2-1. It doesn't matter what this is. It tells you there's a problem. There's a change in the trend. It failed to make a higher high. It goes 2 inside down. Okay. And all this was just a pullback to the upside. So in the opposite streak reversal, there's a 2 down. See how it's lower? 2 down. This thing could have kept making 2 downs. But as soon as the one candle opens and it opens higher, all right, it's a 2 down, it's 2 up. It's a change of trend. That's all it is. Anyway, these were swings. You got a strong month, a very strong month, right? So you get a strong uptrend, all of a sudden it pulls back 2 weeks, right? As soon as we get confirmation, that confirmation is a pullback to the upside on the 4-hour. This is a swing, and the target was here.
So you
Same
take it
thing.
as soon as it breaks that lower 2?
Yeah, yeah, you do. And the thing is, there's a rule with it though. So price comes up, it comes back down, right? It comes down, it makes a 2-2, right? So that's your first indication there's a problem because it opened higher. But you still can't take it until you look on the 4-hour, right? And the 4-hour will show you a pullback and a push up to the upside. When you get this pattern here on the 4-hour, because the reversals always have the first on the lower time frames, right? That's your confirmation that it's moving higher. Now, the 4-hour, the 60 takes the daily, or the 60 will move the 4-hour, and the 4-hour can push the daily, and the daily can push the weekly, and the weekly can push the monthly. And so the reversal is always going to happen. You'll always see the sort of reversal on lower time frames first. It's telling you the future. It's telling you what's going to happen. All right. So what we're doing is looking at the overall trend, and we're looking for these signals on the lower time frame to tell us the general direction, right? Because it's pushed up on the month, tells us it's strong, it's still going. Then we get a pullback, we look for confirmation, tells us which way it's going to go.
So you look for the confirmation. So you see the signal on the weekly, and you look for the confirmation on the 4-hour.
Yeah, 4-hour that tells us it's going to push. The 4-hour tells us, hey, what it's telling us is, hey, the bottom's in, right? Because we never try to guess the bottom because this thing can keep going lower. So on the 4-hour, you'll see, hey, it's starting to, the trend has reversed on the 4-hour, right? Because now it's making higher highs and higher lows.
And you take the trade off the 4-hour.
Yep, you take the trade off 4-hour, and I'd actually dip down to the 5-minute and still take my trade off the 5-minute. Yeah,
that's what I was going to ask you. Why not? I mean, why not go to like the 1-hour or even the daily?
Yeah, I go straight to the 5-minute, because I want to get a sniper entry on it. Yeah. So 2-2, here's the first sign that the bottom may be in. All right, we got a strong monthly. Price reverses on the 4-hour, so we got some higher highs and higher lows. Target's always going to be here. All right. And then look, it did the same thing here. We looked at the 4-hour for reversal of trend. All right, it's trending up, making higher highs and higher lows. Target again is here. Comes up, same thing. Each time it's the same target on these things. This thing's beast mode. So look, here's the start of the first pullback. All right, so if it crosses here, you can take this thing long. Target's going to be here. Even right now in Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan, all of them doing the same thing.
And something like that, you're going to swing those, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. You could day trade them or swing it. Don't matter. Yeah, either way. You can swing the hell out of them. A lot of people, they ask about swings, and I mean, these are very, very good setups for swings. Look at Goldman Sachs right now on the daily, on the 5-minute. I mean, it came down, it found the base. So look, the only thing that separates these is time. And so, if you're looking at a 2-2 on the 60, all right, here, we'll do this. If you see how my charts are arranged, right? Now, if I was to change it, if I take the time off, you would not know if this 4 tickers here were the month, the week, the day, or the 4-hour. You wouldn't know, right? The only thing that separates them is that time. That's it. The pattern's the same. So let's say I'm going to pull Goldman Sachs up right now on the 30. All right. Imagine it's the 4-hour. All right. Here's your 2-2. There's your 2 down, your 2 up. Start a reversal, right? That signals it can reverse, but we're not going to guess that this is the bottom, right? We don't guess nothing. All right. What we do is we look at the 5-minute, right? Because the 5-minute is basically the 4-hour. So what we're going to do is these are all the same. The same. The way I get my charts up is the same. The only separate thing that separates them is that time. So what we're going to do is we're going to go down to 5-minute / the 4-hour, okay? And we're going to look for that pullback to the upside because we never guess the bottom. We don't guess nothing. So what we're going to do is look to the bottom. So there's that 2-2 on the 30 here. See, 2 down. It made a higher high or higher low. It's 2-2. Is this the bottom? We don't know. So here's our first pullback to the upside. All right. So that's the start. It's peaking our interest. All right. Here's our next pullback to the upside, and we take it when it crosses here. It's 2 pullbacks to the upside. So we can assume it's going to come up and hit our target. So look, see that pivot high? That's the target. Where's our target on the weekly? Pivot high. The only thing that separates them is time. It's going to happen quickly on the 5-minute as opposed to the weekly is going to take a little bit longer. Are we going to get pullbacks and shit on the 5-minute? Yep, probably. The only thing that separates it is the time. That's it. That's it. And once people understand that, man, it's simple. This pattern is so easy to read it. With a set of rules, I mean, it's easy. So here's Goldman Sachs. You know, let's pull this up. All right, this pattern right here. This is the weekly. See that pattern there?
Yep.
Right here. It's 2-2. Right there. Now we'll go over to the same arrangement here. The only thing that separates them is this time. There's a 2-2 right there. 2-2. Confirmation is on the 5. Confirmation for the weekly is on the 4. All right, target's always the same. Hit it high. Yeah. All the same. Everything's the same. There's a 2-2 right here on the 15th. Same thing. 2 down, 2 up. Confirmation. Here's a confirmation. Pull back to the upside. There's 2 pullbacks to the upside. Where's it going to go? Give it high. Yeah. And, you know, as it gets up to the pivot high on the weekly, you know, you're going to take profit before it gets there. Because it can double top, come back down. It can hit it and pull back, and now you're giving up some of the profits. And then, you know, you're going to take your profits before it gets there, or you can sit there and hold it. It's still going to break that high and go to all-time highs. You know, it just depends. What's your profit target? When you want to take profit? It's up to you.
That's a good explanation. I appreciate it. Can we mark this time? Maybe
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
Tim could cut that, edit that out for a separate video.
Yes, sir.
You said you're gonna make separate videos yourself though, right? Or-
Yeah, Tim's really good about that. He's really good about pulling them out and making them. Yeah, I need to get in there more often and do that stuff. I hate putting the burden on somebody else. It's just after I leave trading for the day, it's so hard for me to find time. I usually sit back down about 10 or 11 and go to bed about 2 or 3 each morning, and then wake up at 6 and do it all over again. I love doing it. To me, this is not a job. I love doing it. I absolutely love talking about trading. To me, it's fun. And, you know, there's a bunch of nuances. There's a bunch of different stuff to it. But I try to make it, you know, where anybody can understand it. And that's my goal is, you know, here's your 2-2. It pushes up. You got confirmation, or say, you know, it's breaking the pivot, you know. Well, you need a volume. You need to see volume increase to take it. So I want to make a set of rules that anybody can take a trade and be profitable with rules. That's my ultimate goal.
That's why everybody likes you, because you explain it so everybody can understand it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, a lot of times, man, you know, it's so complicated that we even overcomplicate ourselves, and it shouldn't be that way. Trading's really the easy part. The hard part's the emotional part. You know, follow through and trusting the process. You know, trusting the process and trusting what's going to happen is takes some emotional hits. And I also want to say that even the best setups fail. So, you know, the market is like a living thing in a way. It breathes in, it breathes out. And, you know, after a long run, it needs to take a break. And that's what these consolidations are, and that compound inside is just money. It's absolute money because it signifies a record for the next break, and it could be a push to the upside or a push to the downside. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me which way it goes. But so since it does what it wants when it wants, we can pick up on these patterns, and they work a lot more than they don't. But sometimes they'll throw a wrench in there, you know, and that's part of it. And that's one reason we start with, or I start with one contract, and I'll add to it, or we keep tight stops. So risk management is the most important thing. Even if you got a 50% success rate and your moves run 50% of the time, you can still be profitable with your risk management. SE is trying to break down same pattern on the 15. So let's look at SE real quick. NVIDIA is trying to do the same thing. Shop's trying to do the same thing. But if we pull up Shop, first we see it's a 2-2 on the it's 2 down on the 30. So that's 15.
Hey, Jerry, one thing I try to remind myself too, I don't think this is, rocket science, but, some days are just harder trading days than others too, like some days, I mean, it's just like some days, you're trading and everything that you look at and you do it a certain way, it works. But like today, I mean, just like Tesla in the last 30 minutes, right? Looked like it was going to go long, turned around, went short. Now it's going long, then short. I mean,
yeah,
I've had to teach myself, and I wouldn't say I'm great at it, to actually.
But you know what helps a little bit of that? You can look at the flow, right? Today, things now are rotating into the industrials and the Dow, and they're taking out of tech. So it's just knowing how to move your money where the money's been moved.
Right, but all I was going to say is just that some days, like I have to actually remind myself that, if the market is going to be choppier or if the market is going to be more difficult like today, like just use more caution. Sometimes, like if I have a good trading day, the next day I won't use as much caution. Like that'll cost me money. You know what I mean? So, stupid stuff like that. I think that helps me, like. But, it's hard because emotionally, like you forget, because like one day is great and then the next day it's not.
You're right. The market can be, it's got its own personality. Some days it trends, some days it chops, and some days it's just complete garbage. We play accordingly. The market it's moving, but it's been a lot of chopping. And the moves have been semi-smooth. So, of course, we reduce size and scalp. Until the market has follow through and starts to trend, then I'm gonna scalp, and then there's some days like it'll make lower highs and higher lows and it'll chop sideways all day. You can't do nothing with that, it's impossible. So right now it's just chopping, and a chop will chop you up.
Like to your point, the one thing you've said, which I think is helpful, I don't look at it enough, but I'm starting to, is like I'm just seeing long wicks everywhere.
Yeah.
Right? Like I'm on the 30s, I see Shop and I see Amazon and I see Tesla and I see TTD and Roku, and each one of them on the 30, the last 3 candles, they're just huge wicks on all of them.
Yeah, that's your signal. That's your signal. And, I say all the time, when you see a lot of wicks on something, stay away from it. That's a signal that, this thing has moved so much. When it comes back up, it can do the same thing again. It's telling you, it's forecasting, it's telling you, hey, if I come back to this point and I make a higher low, I can rip it right back out of your hands. It's dangerous. Wicks are dangerous.
Question for you. I think you probably said this already, but just what do you think? Let me make sure I ask this right. But like one thing I'm seeing today are a lot of wicks, but they're wicks that are all even, but they're all going the opposite direction, right? Like, so I've got a wick that's like a red wick and a green wick and a red wick, but they're always coming back to the same point. So they're like going up, down, up, down, up, down wick kind of thing. or I've got wicks that are going the same direction, like, you know, what does that say to you?
That tells me that we're in a tight consolidation. We're in a range where people are happy buying and selling this product, and it is a pure chop. You cannot do nothing with it. And what they do is, like on CRWD, what they do is they'll wick it up just a little bit to trap you in, and then they pull it right back out. Or they'll wick it down a little bit, telling you it's just going to be a short, and they pull it right back up. So it's just, all it is a chop. It's a chop fest. And really, if you take all those wicks and you put it together, you know what it would be? It would be a doji. It would be a doji. And you know we can't do nothing with a doji. So chop is nothing more than a doji. It opens and closes pretty much right in the place where it started at. And the wicks, the doji wicks signify volatility and chop. It's just so when I see something like that, to me, I'm looking at a doji, a straight up doji. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. It's like they're always pulling it back to the middle, right? Next to the doji. And also it's almost like they're sucking you in, right? Like they get you to think they're going one direction and then immediately go the other. And it's almost, it's like the smart guys are trying to get you to make bad decisions.
That's exactly what they're, you know, they're basically taking their money back from you from retail, you know, because what they'll do, if you look at Baba, you know, it's doing the same thing. It's chopping sideways. If you look at it, it's inside, 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 inside. It's all in a range. And it makes higher highs and higher lows, and it makes lower highs and lower. It's just garbage. And it's a place you don't want to be. All right, guys. Amazon trying to push up here, and Tesla's trying to break up as well. Anytime you see a tight range, guys, or you see a bunch of wicks, stay away from it. That'll keep you so safe. And that goes for any time frame. If you see a bunch of wicks on the daily or the weekly, even if it's got a good pattern on it, stay away. Stay away. I see all kinds of, sometimes I see really good patterns on something. I look back and there's wicks everywhere on the daily. Man, I run away. I'll never trade that. Because it's telling you, hey, you know, we've been choppy as hell in the past. Come on in here. Let's trap you. Dude, it's telling you, you know, if you get in there, you gotta stop that Trump fault, so I can say. Stay away from it. Keep it simple. This is trying to come up here. If we get a clean break, all right, because look here, it's breaking out of consolidation right here on the 5 minute. All right. If you look on the 60, you can see it too. There's a 2-2. All right. So we're gonna play this in real time. So I'm gonna tell you right off the bat, if it breaks this high, 640, 648 is gonna be long, okay? That's the entry. If it don't break that, there's no entry. Now let's go to, we're gonna start this, all right? Just like I would anything. This could be the monthly, weekly. Again, I always think it could be the monthly, weekly, daily, 4 hour. It don't matter. We're just day trading, so we're on a lower time frame. There's your 2, all right? It's a hammer, which is a beautiful candle. There's your 2 up, all right? 2 down, 2 up. All right. Now, to play this candle, because really, in reality, it's just one candle. It needs to be 25% of the base. These are the rules. All right. For a long, it needs to be 25% of the base. This is one candle. Okay. That's roughly 25% from the base. All right. So the strat says take it as soon as it crosses here. That's no bueno. All right. There's no rules of that. What we need is confirmation, and the confirmation is on the 5 minute. So now we got a 2-2. There's our first sign that's reversing. All right. Now we go to the 5 minute. We just go straight to it. We need a pullback, all right, on the 5 minute to the upside. Now we know by looking at this thing, it's in a range. This is inside. So we have a 2, a 1, and it's looking to go 2-1-2 back up. To take this thing, all right, this is what I say in my mind. To take this thing, it's long right this second, okay? Now, what we're looking for is higher high, higher low. It broke through consolidation, all right? Erase this. It breaks through. It pulls back on that wick right there and then comes up. So there's the pattern right there. I'm going to draw a little bit better. All right, price breaks up. It pulls to that wick right there. Pulls back on the wick. It opens up here. opens up inside and comes up. It's a 2. All right. It opened up inside of this candle right here, all right, which is a 1. As soon as it crosses this high here, it's a 2. All right. It is throwing a long signal right this second, but again, you do not send nothing until this candle is solid green. All right. So if you go to put your order in, you look back and it's wicking, do not send it. Don't freaking send it. All right.
Jerry, you also got VWAP sitting just right above it, so you might
Oh,
want
is
it
it?
to clear
Oh.
VWAP.
I appreciate you telling me that. Yeah, that's something to be very aware of, because shops did the same thing last week. Corey said, "Hey, VWAP's sitting up there," and it bounced, didn't it, Corey? Yeah, sure did. So, yeah.
Because, you know, all the prop firms and the institutions use VWAP. So that's a big population that uses it,
Yeah, I
especially
need
a
to
prop
throw that
firm.
up. Yeah, I agree with 100%.
Yeah, Amazon just went back through its VWAP.
Yeah. So look, the cross is. Well, what time? What is it? When does it break VWAP, Corey? Because this ray could be long right this second.
On Tesla,
Yeah.
let me tell you. It's sitting roughly 640, 962.
Okay. I think it's fixing to break through there, to be honest with you. Let's look at volume. Volume's low. It's chapter 11. Tell you what, let's let it break 649. You know what? Let's let it. Hang on a second.
And then you have one other area of interest, which is the prior day low, and there's a pivot sitting on that 15-minute too, that's sitting right there at, what was it, 652, 651. So,
Well,
I mean, risk reward, is that worth it?
Yeah, there's resistance right here at 649 as well. Tell you what, if it breaks 649, if it breaks 650, it's long. All right, we'll do that. If it breaks 650, it's long.
Don't you want to clear that pivot there, Jerry, on the on the 30?
Well, that'll be target. So it's like,
Oh, okay.
that'll be your first target. Amazon's trying to curve back up, and Amazon's gonna be long as soon as it breaks 37.15. All right, it's currently inside. As soon as it crosses this green candle here, you can take it early. The target's going to be the top of this red candle at 37.20. All right, $7 move there. As soon as it goes green, it's long.
The Qs just broke out of a downtrend channel.
What did?
The Qs.
Now look at HD. HD's coming up that red candle on the daily. So if you took HD earlier in the morning, look at this thing. See that
Crowd
red
is
candle?
finally moving too.
Yeah, it's a pullback to the upside right here on HD. Yeah, that's what we're looking for on the weekly to happen. To eat that pullback up real fast, and that's what it's doing. I still think Tesla's long. I would probably. There's some resistance sitting right at 649, 649.50. Big volume starts to step off. Amazon, HD still nice. CRWD's coming back through range. Roku breaks pivot high 428.50 to be long. Netflix is trying to break.
Also, HD is the top stock in the Dow, so that's probably hitting a lot of prop firms also.
Yeah, HD's a badass. Yeah, I put that back on my screen yesterday. You know, that's a monster.
It just broke today, the 1 hour pivot.
Nice.
And the 4 hour pivot and the daily pivot.
Yeah, it took up that 3. I knew it would eat that 3 really fast. We got confirmation on 5 minutes this morning. Broke through. Consolidated for another break, another entry. All right, guys, Netflix trying to come back up at the PMG. Let's say if it goes, it's long right now. Target's only at 540. If you want a safer entry, you can enter at 540 and then take that $4 target on it. Amazon pushing, we're getting a lot of reversal back to the upside. VIX is coming down nice, it's fast pushing back up. Amazon's long right now. There's different targets on it. Of course, we're always going to target pivot high on the 5 minute, 15, 30, 60. If you look on the 60 and the 30, this thing's consolidating sideways. It needs to come up and make a new high. We also need to keep an eye on SHOP because it can make a massive move back up. NET's trying to come back up them huge red candles, which is just gorgeous. These red candles are just money. They're absolute money. Yeah, you look at SHOP, I mean, it's in a pretty good uptrend. So every time it pulls back, and it's what happened last week, it pulled back off that 2 inside up. Right? When this thing decides to, it'll eat this one candle up in one day. That's the beauty about pullbacks, man, on these lower time frames. Dude, it eats them up so quick. So look, Shopify breaks this pivot on the 5 minute. Look, this is a consolidation break. It extends from days ago. All right. So when it breaks 1540, you could actually get in it early. You could actually enter Shopify right this second. But you can wait till it breaks 1540 and take it long. Yeah. Amazon's long here too. Scalp. I mean, Netflix is long. You scalp it. Net's coming back up too. Shopify, I'm going to take one and take it early. NET's got this big red candle come up on the 60, same pattern, push up, breaks through, chop sideways, come right back up. Here's our beautiful pullback to the upside happening right this second. Target's going to be 110.94. All day, every day, how to do it. Amazing. Still pushing here. Targets overall 37.34. It comes back through range quickly. Here's your small pullback to the upside. It breaks here. Here's another add to Amazon, add to it, or entry long right this second. Target still the top of this red candle here at 37.20. There is going to be a little bit of resistance there. It could pull back slightly on this level here. So ZS coming up, 2-2 hammer up. I feel like a ring announcer.
Are you going to, are you using those 3710 calls on Amazon?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
More like an auctioneer.
No, say I like it. Yeah. Yeah, I usually like leaving the money for scalps. You know, I recommend at the money. You can make just as much. You can make just as much money at the money. And if you can't afford the great big calls, guys, stick with at least a 30-cent delta. So it could be, you know, it could be 27, 28, 29, 31, whatever. But around that range is the best risk to reward. If this thing moves $10, which it very well can very quickly, it's $300, you know, and as it gets closer to your strike, the delta increases. So it could actually be 400. But if you're way out of the money and it's got a 10-cent delta, it moves $10, you made 100. Like, it don't make no sense.
Those 30 deltas, though, they're a couple of grand each, though, per contract, right?
Yeah, they're a little bit cheaper, but yeah, around that.
That's not exactly cheap for a small account.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've been trying to target some of these smaller ones because I want to be able to get the smaller accounts into everything. Let's look at Apple here. So Apple's 212 reversing back to the upside. We got to pull back to the upside. I tell you this: if Apple breaks 144.31, these are cheap. Target will be 144.50. All right, we want it to break the pivot and then keep going. Overall target, I think it was 105 or no 145.09. So if it breaks pivot, target's gonna be 145.09. It's not that much. You get about 50 cents out of it. Breaks all-time highs. It can keep going. Give you another $1 or $2.
And Jerry, when you add, do you add on the same strike price
Yes, sir.
that you originally started?
hmm
Okay.
Yeah. Now, sometimes when it gets so far on the money, I have to step down, but it makes it easier for me to enter and exit a lot of
Right.
options in the same price bracket. If I get one at the money each time or in the money, and if something happens, I gotta go click through each one and get out. Which it wouldn't take long to do that, but it would take seconds. Seconds count in the trading option. Nobody can
Jerry,
count them.
if you look at NVIDIA, where did it stop at? VWAP, right? Tesla, approximate VWAP. Look at BA, VWAP, and the pivot. BA is probably a nice pivot machine gun going back down.
BA.
So, I mean, that's how powerful VWAP is. 3 of them.
And for the what? Let's see. You use a regular VWAP study, Corey?
Yeah, just use VWAP. When you go in there, I'll show you, then click on the, after you click it, go over to the gear on the other side. When you click in, I'll show you how to fix it.
Right.
Yeah. Then go over on though, it says upper band and lower band, click off the show plot. And then what I also do is the draw as, and I used to use the slash marks, go down to like the third one, down towards the bottom, go further. Yeah. This way it doesn't dirty the chart. No, up a little bit. Yeah, those slash marks. Then it just doesn't corrupt the chart.
Let's take a look.
It's just it's personal preference,
Oh, yeah.
but
All right,
otherwise
all
you
right.
get
Let
too
me
much
pull up.
crap on the chart.
That's the second time you brought that up and it bounced. So
Yeah, like I said, the prop desk.
time to bring it up.
There's so much prop traders out there, and they're held liable to VWAP. That's one of their rules.
Now, are you doing this on the 15 or 5 minute or
They're all the same.
really?
Yeah, it doesn't matter which chart you put it on. They're going to come at the same stuff. VWAP only won't work on a daily unless you got a daily VWAP, but you're taking the intraday VWAP. But it's the same on every one.
So if you put it on any time frame, it's gonna show up at the same price line?
Yeah, it will show them on all of it. Just make sure that you have your chart set on to take off pre-market. But I mean, I have it on all lower time frames, 60 down. Just because if I glance at the chart, I can see it. But it's a reference. The prop desks say if it's below VWAP, they short it. It's above VWAP, they go long. And typically, if you're going to go long on VWAP, that I found is make sure that you've had one full candle close above it. It has to close above it if you're playing VWAP.
The whole candle's got to open and close above it?
Yeah. It's got to close above it. I mean, because a lot of times they'll trick you, just like on those pivot lines. I've found that if you're going to take the VWAP trade, you make sure that it is at least closed above it, preferably the whole candle, but at least closed above it.
Jerry, I missed what you said earlier. What was your shop target when you got in a little early?
Go back up here. I'm still bullish on Amazon and Tesla here.
And Jerry, NVIDIA just broke VWAP, so that this is a good trade right now. VWAP,
yeah,
on NVIDIA.
Nice. Shop, of course, it needs to stay above. It needs to break back above 1538. It needs to break. 1538, 1539. First target's going to be 1547. I really want to see it pop up to 1560 and then 1587. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
And one of my other preferences is like, the strap measures from the open. on the daily, if you look at Amazon right now, it's struggling to get through the open right now. I mean, if it gets through it, it is, but to have 2 candles on to try and get through it, and it's not going through the open.
On Amazon?
Yeah. So right now it's just barely breaking the open, but it's now it pulled back. Look where the wicks are at. It can't get to the open, and that's what the strat measures from the daily open, weekly open. I wouldn't worry about the 60-minute. I'm talking about the daily open.
Mm-hmm. Volume's increasing on it.
But that's one of the measurements of the strat.
Yeah, there's great things in the strat. I tell you what, I still owe Rob a lot. I mean, I know he's mad at me, but I really owe that guy a lot. He's never personally done anything to me. I mean, he's helped so many people in the community. He's taught so many the basics and gives them the tools to better their lives and stuff. I mean, I give credit where credit's due.
My personal opinion, I think he's a great guy. I think he's just being influenced by some wrong people, because that's not Rob. He's a pretty giving guy.
And I like Cyberdog too. That guy, he's always been a straight shooter. I really like Cyberdog. They've all got me blocked, but I don't have any ill will to them. Even the guy that posted that mugshot and edited it and Photoshop and stuff, I'm not mad at that guy either. I can do them all.
We get the VIX now. It just keeps going down each candle on the 30-minute, Jerry.
Oh, nice. Gonna bring SPY up there with it.
Yeah, we're all, at the title once in a while having a bad day. I think Rob just had a bad weekend. He is a smart guy, and he has he does care about his audience.
Yeah. Yeah, he does. Amazon.
Jerry, that's my opinion. Not anyone has to agree with what I say, but I think the difference why a lot of people have left Rob just calls off signals, but he doesn't really show you how to trade. And I think that's why everyone's gravitated towards you, because you teach them how to trade up, down, sideways. You tell them all of it. Then just saying battle, and battle ain't going to do you no good, unless you've had enough experience to know what he means by battle.
That's right. That's right. You got to have screen time. It's very important. It's very important. If you had screen time, you would know the little ins and outs of the market.
What does he mean by battle?
Well, say he's trading a compound inside bar, right? And it's trading sideways. He's saying that you'll get stuck. He always says it's not about batting average, it's about the home runs. So he's got these tight stops, and remember, they trade individual candles. So if it goes up and comes back down, it goes against you, you get stopped out. If it goes up and comes against you again, you get stopped out. So when you're looking at a really tight range, they're not looking at the range per se, they're looking at the candle. So he might get stopped out 10 times on a trade, because where their entries are. Their entries are different than mine. Their targets are my entries. But when he says battle, he means you're going to get stopped out a bunch. We're going to battle this thing until it decides to go. So you're going to beat it up until it decides to go.
You're going to go through all the stopping out.
Yeah, he says that's part of the strategy, getting stopped out a bunch of times. Yeah, I don't like the battle.
Well, the other thing that he got mad at me and he told me to sit my country ass down was, you know, he said that you should set 5-cent stops. I said, how in the hell can you set five? Assume you're buying the shares. Go buy Roku, go buy Amazon, go buy any of those other ones. 5 cents? Hell, the spread's wider than 5 cents. He says, I said, that don't work. He says, I don't care what you say. I care what I say. And what I say goes. Sit your country ass down.
You can't do that with options.
Nope.
You can't do it. It's so
I
that
tried
clearly
setting tight
shows.
stops and I lost a bunch of money.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. He doesn't trade, you know, but I mean, he's a good guy. He's like a, you know, a guy in a classroom that teaches. He teaches you all the theoretical stuff. And Jerry, you know, does.
Jerry, what do you think
application.
about Docu right now? DocuSign? Excuse me, Corey. Sorry.
But the whole thing is application. It's not theoretical. I mean,
Docu looks really good. You got a mobile hammer forming on the daily. There's a push-up retest weekly. It's breaking that month out. Beautiful, beautiful pattern on here. It's longer this second, but the target's only at 294. It's safer to let it break the 293.65 level. Volume's increasing. People are watching this thing, so you could probably enter long right now for that break based on the volume increase. It's up 100.
That's what I was thinking too, the volume.
Yeah, we still got 6 minutes left and volume's up 127% on this current candle. It's fixing to go. It's safer to wait till it breaks, but again, volume is increasing on it.
Corey, you might like the guy and everything, but to me, if you treat people like shit, you don't deserve respect.
well,
You gotta
you know,
give
the only
respect
thing
to
I've
good.
learned in life is that, you know, you got to see the good in everyone. And
What
he-
I've learned in life is you gotta give respect to get it.
yeah, but I mean, he's done really good. I, you know, in the last 3 months, he's lost 3 of his friends that's committed suicide. He's just going through a challenge in his life. You know, it's easy for me to criticize until I live in his skin. I haven't lived in his skin. I've lived in my skin. I might not do it, but you know, he's got more good. He's got bad.
There's never an excuse to treat people like shit.
Well, I agree. I agree. But again, I'm not living in his skin.
SPY trying to make the new high of the day.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what makes Jerry so great. You know, Jerry takes the high road instead of the, you know, the low road. And I think that's why people have grabbed, not that he's a phenomenal trader, phenomenal people he's brought to his room, but you know, Jerry's able to, you know, let water flow off his back. You know, he looks at the bigger picture.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta give credit where credit's due. Without him, I wouldn't be where I am. I mean, you know, I've evolved and my strategy's changed, but you know, that was the thing that brought me to the discovery of the pattern. It was the moment. It was the moment everything changed. The strat is what changed it. All right, NEGG, there's not much open interest on the put side of this thing. I guess they still expect it to go up. Let's look at August here. I'm looking at the open interest to see what contracts are bought, which side's in control, which one. It gives you an overall direction of what they think is going to go. There's a lot of volume on the put side currently, but there's not many contracts being held. There is a lot on the call side though. Kind of spready for such a small ticker. Starting to roll back up. $42. Wow.
V on those contracts, it's like 440.
That's crazy, ain't it?
Yeah, that's why it's heavy on the put side.
Does anyone in the room subscribe to some type of option flow?
I have unusual whales.
Okay. Is that for just stock or for options?
They do options.
Because when Gary was in here, he somehow wrote the guy from Canada wrote some script. I don't have it, but is able to tell where the big flows are coming on, quickly.
Yeah, I think Florida Coach is a better guy to ask about that. He
Right.
seems to actively use his.
Okay. Maybe he can give us some signals if he sees some
He just-
stock that's moving that's got
You
it.
just put something in the chat about Snap.
Okay. It's $30 a month. Okay. Thank you. I think that's what, I guess I'm full of it today, but if you ever see those guys, and I don't mean this derogatory, but those guys on CNBC, they sort of bald headed, they got ponytails.
The Nigerians?
Yeah, the Nigerians. I think it's sort of sleazy because, here they call their stuff out. They already own that stuff. They probably got some.
Oh, absolutely. They're pumping it.
Yeah, exactly. They call it the ponytail pump, but they sell their stuff. And what do you need to buy their stuff when you can get something from somewhere else?
Yeah. Well, the thing and this is their public stuff. I almost subscribe to their stuff, and it's essentially flow, an unusual options activity. And their subscriptions like $5,000 and up a year. And it didn't seem worth it. And then I found Unusual Whales. And after I had subscribed to that, I found out about Cheddar Flow, and some other ones too. So Unusual Whales, I don't like the layout as much. They keep adding new features, which is nice. So I've recently started to go back in and look at them, but there's other people here, I can guarantee, understand how to use things like that better than I do. Sweets, I like sweets a lot.
There's another one supposed to be called Algo Flow. That's supposed to be pretty good.
Novavax might be short here, guys. Novavax.
Well,
Novavax
SPY just broke a pivot, Jerry, on the 30.
Novavax is short here. Target 168. Novavax is short. That's like $30 away. It's dying. Novavax is short. Breaking consolidation on 5 minutes. The downside. It's basically a 312 down. Measured move on the 30 is huge.
Look at SPY, Jerry, on the 30. It just broke the 30-minute pivot.
Right.
It's ripping.
HD is going to be longer. Add to it. So HD is a swing and a half here, guys.
Well, that one guy, Flow Coach, thanks for posting that in the chat. You know what, Jerry, you did such a good job. You brought all like-minded traders in the same room. We all trade the same way, which helps.
It does. It does. A lot of smart people in here. A lot of generous people, thoughtful people. Crazy. I bought some HD calls in the money, and I'm swinging them. I'm going to swing them. I know where the move's going to go. I'm going to start swinging more stuff. That's what I'm going to do. I'll let you know what I'm swinging, but it's just a set forget thing.
When you're swinging HD, how far are you going out, Jerry?
I'm going to go to August.
And which strike you getting?
Right at the money. I'm doing the 325. Yeah. The target's like $20 away. There's going to be some choppy on the way to target. It will get there. I guarantee it'll get there. Well, there's nothing guaranteed, but
Well, only thing that's good about HD, you're getting in hurricane season, and that's where people go.
Yeah, not only that, I mean, their wood is still to the moon. You know, to think that HD is going to die, it's not going to happen. And if you look on the 4 hour, man, they're snatching this thing up. They're buying this thing up as fast as they can get it. It's not letting me sign in the Zoom right now.
Someone asked me what mic I'm using. You know, I have my stuff hooked up to my iPad. So I just have the mic from the iPad that I'm talking.
Yeah, it sounds pretty good.
Yeah, same with me. It's off. It's the mic off my tablet.
Yeah.
Holy
I've got
shit, I got
an
100.
Android though. Oops, sorry, Jerry.
Oh no, sir. I was looking for messages. I'm just now starting to look at messages, guys. I'm sorry, I haven't been trying to ignore you.
Jerry, someone's asking, what does swing mean?
Swing it means that you're going to take a contract and hold it for, 2 to 3 days or a month. So we're looking at the future movements of these tickers, in the hopes that they're going to move in the direction that we want them to move. So we're looking into the future, hoping that we make quite a bit of money. We buy them early, with potential to make a lot of money later. Yeah. So day trade is we're usually in and out of the stock in the day. We're not in them very long. And the swings, we're taking them and holding them overnight, sometimes just overnight, sometimes a few days, sometimes a few months.
Yeah, I don't like to swing any longer than a week.
Yeah, it's kind of
The end of the week.
Yeah, we can. Let's look at Clorox. I actually had a alert pop up on Clorox this morning. I brought it up earlier too. I mean, this thing is nonstop today. This thing, target's always going to be the pivot high, 189. Remove it. Price expand on a weekly here. See it? And if this thing happens to reverse, oh man, look at the month. Right off the bat, what do we say? I'll show you what I see on it. Here's a pivot. There's a break here. There's a retest right here. There's a 2 down, 2 up. All right. We can target each of these candle wicks, body, wick. Pretty good resistance here, support. Wick. High. That's a break and a retest right here on the month. So the higher the time frame these signals occur on, the stronger the signal. So really nice signal. The break, this thing chopped sideways and it pushed up. So that's just a 2, a 1, and a 2. Target 189.17. So the market, all it does is accumulate, and it's just accumulation, distribution, and rest. That's all it is. Clorox is still looking good here. Getting a little bit of chop, still making higher highs and higher lows. I mean, it might go all day. Let's take a look at Walmart. I'm going to put an alert on this thing here. I'm just going to look at this message on the late. Walmart's in its shop here. It expanded from that 60 pivot, but it's went right back through shop again. And it was right. Thank you for all your donations, people. I appreciate it so much. It helps the room. Any donations usually gets tossed back in the room anyway. It just goes to paying for the Zoom. It does. So it's just for the greater cost.
Well, you're doing so much for us that you shouldn't have to be paying for it too.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't mind too though. Because this is really more than me anyway. Just a vessel to spread knowledge, that's it.
Hey, Jerry, thanks for everything that you do. Do you do Cash App as well?
I've done. There's a few people asked about Cash App. I'm not sure how to do it. I could probably set one up. Is it hard to do?
Yeah.
Or?
No, it's easy to set up. You could just once you get in there, you can determine what you want to do, either, I think, email or maybe your phone number.
Uh-huh.
It's easy to do. It's easy to do.
Let's see if I can set one up.
I think you gotta set that up on your phone. It's like an app for your phone, a mobile app.
It's a Cash App. PTP.
Yeah, just go to your Play Store or whatever iPhone has and look up Cash App. That's what it's called.
Colin, he's been trying to Cash App me some money for a while, and I never have got it put on there. I'll try to get it on there, Colin.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
never
not
really
sure
been
if you
about
had
money. What's that? I'm sorry.
It's okay. So the last time we spoke about donations, I know I sent in some on PayPal, but I'm not even sure because I don't really use PayPal, so I don't even know if you received it or not.
Okay.
But with Cash App, I know you'll get it from me, definitely.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It really helps, you know.
Of course. You're helping us. We appreciate everything that you do.
Well, thank you very much.
To be honest, I don't even think you need a PayPal account to send money to somebody. All you need is an email address.
On a Cash App?
No, I was talking about PayPal in particular.
Oh yeah.
Cash App, though, I think is pretty much the same. I don't know. Similar.
Yeah, I'm new to all this stuff. You know, I never even had Facebook, Twitter, Discord, or anything until I started. Well, I still don't have Facebook, but until I started trading.
You can use the same email address for Cash App, Venmo, and Zelle. Zelle is another one that's tied into the bank.
Oh yeah,
account.
I do have Zelle.
Yeah, so just give your email address for Zelle, and that's another way. But usually, like for my tenants, you know, because they're in different parts of the U.S., I give them any of those 4 different payment methods, and you know, they can all make their payments that way. Nobody has to write checks anymore. Nobody has to manually go to the bank and make deposits. And that was set up, you know, by myself and my partners maybe 4 or 5 years ago, well ahead of COVID. And it just happened that we stepped into COVID, and it was a blessing in disguise because people could still make their payments, their rent payments does.
It makes everything just so convenient.
Yeah,
Correct.
I
Yeah,
have
that's money.
Zelle. That would work for me. I have Zelle.
Okay. I guess what I'll do is I'll just post my number. Don't be sending me dirty pictures, guys. Okay. See that stuff. And I'll post my phone number in the chat. I'll still set the cash up too. And also, you know, people ask me questions all the time in Discord, private messages and stuff. Look, I'm here for anybody. If anybody's having problems or you got questions or anything like that, don't hesitate to ask. You can send me, you know, you can send me a direct message, private messages or anything like that. I'll help you. You know what I'm saying? I'll help you anytime I can. There's no sense in sitting around wondering about something, whether it's right or wrong, when you can just ask me or, you know, or anybody. There's always somebody to help, but never be afraid to reach out. All right, I'm here. I'm
You know,
available.
Jerry, sorry to interrupt. You know, it would be good to help some of the people out of the smaller accounts when it slows down like now. You find a stock that's got cheap options, say like Apple or something, and you know, whatever's moving, do a trade with everyone there. Maybe they make a little bit of money and they see how you do it when you're not, you know, flying stuff off as fast.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that.
Jerry, one of my biggest questions, and probably it's also applies to a number of the people that are in this group, is, you know, setting up, for example, my kids' college funds, you know, the Coverdales, because they're so far out. You know, I want to be able to get leaps for them, and, you know, meaning, you know, 9 months or so, and just let them sit out there. The question is because, you know, you deal in such a short time frame and you're in and out so quick, those accounts don't allow you to do those things. And plus there's not, you know, that much money in there. So those accounts are small in size, but it's a different strategy. Do you have any thoughts about that?
Oh yeah, the pattern works on any time frame. I mean, this pattern works on any time frame, and there's a lot of tickers that are set up for long swings. So, you know, if that's something that people are interested in, is swings and these long plays, you know, we'll start targeting them. You know, if that's what you
for these types of accounts. Yeah, for these types of accounts, it would be helpful because we know that, you know, the strategy is different. So if you have something that, you know, after about a week of exploring some of those long, you know, option plays, if we can pick like a list of like 10 or 15, and then, you know, I know that, okay, I can park my, you know, that money in there for the children and for the IRA, and not have to, you know, look at it for, you know, a number of months.
Absolutely. And is there a price range that you want to pay for individual options? Because that'll have, you know, that'll influence the price of the tickers as well. I'm not trying to be nosy. It's just, it'll help me target certain tickers in the price range.
Hey Jerry. Hey Jerry, this is John.
Yes,
So this might be helpful. So one of the things that Jerry and I talked about that I think would be good for the whole group is I'm sure you guys see that most of the guys that offer services usually do like a Sunday night show, right? Where they do like review and training and special topics and stuff. And I know it's kind of hard for, you know, to do this stuff live, which doesn't mean we can't talk about this stuff now. But one of the things that Jerry is going to work on is, you know, as getting the community organized is doing this, getting a regularly set up Sunday night thing, right? Where, I don't know, like 1 hour, 90 minutes, I don't know, it depends. Just like all the other groups are having, right? So that we can do like, looking at stocks for the week, looking at things to prep, and then we can have like special topics, right? So for example, like the thing you're talking about, I'm sorry, I don't know your name, but talking about,
Dan.
Yeah, so talking about things like, instead of it just being about day trading, talking about how do you use the system to look at longer term investments or swing trades, or talking about, you know, other investing strategies, right? Those would be like the perfect kind of topics that we could have for that, right? But right, exactly, so that we could actually have offline non-trading, and even there could be situations where we could even review some of the videos that he's put together, right? So there might be one particular concept that he went over, right? That everyone thought was really important. And he might say, okay, I'm gonna go through this video that I did, and then if we can ask questions. So, you know, that's one of the things that we're talking about to expand this as well. And you know, we could put in recommendations for things to look at. So anyway, I just wanted to bring that up because it seems like there's a demand for that. And obviously everyone appreciates it. So anyway, Jerry, I thought I'd bring that up.
Yeah, I appreciate that very much.
I think that's a great idea, actually, because it does make sense not to do it during the regular trading hours, since those strategies are in such long time frames. It's much easier to cover those strategies when we're focused and not juggling a million things during the regular trading days. So yeah, it's a very good idea for those types of accounts.
Right, and I'm not sure, but some of you guys have been in other rooms, and some of you guys see like a lot of these guys are doing this already, right? Like going live at 8 o'clock and talking about what's coming up for the week, and talking. Jerry might talk about like what, you know, he thinks for like what happened last week, or you know, the trend, or you know, maybe there's some bullish activities coming up, or what are the big tickers that he's going to be looking at, and watch lists and things like that. And you guys might have special tickers that you guys have been looking at, and you know, talking about prep and awesome. So, you know, taking this to, you know, a whole other level. So anyway.
Well, I think that's a great idea. I think one thing is I talked to Jerry, and because what's really hard, Jerry is like the greatest scalper ever. And let alone he's doing the big tickers. A lot of them, people here don't have that kind of money to do it, you know, so he needs to get a few other stocks that can meet their need. But one of the things that helped me, that I talked to him, speed up my process, he has 2 tabs open up. He has one for the stock options, you know, so if he types it in, it's already ready, and it says, you know, let's say Apple, you type it, then you can quickly hit that and send it to, you know, say it's number 1 on your thing, and it goes over to your active trader, and then active trader, you know, it's ready to go. And I was watching one of his videos because I know what it sounds like when you take a trade. You can hear it sort of have this like a swoosh go through. And I saw when Jerry called it off on one of those videos, and he can do it in 6 seconds. So in essence, you basically have to have 2 tabs opened up, one for active trader and one for your stock option list, so that you're able to just grab it so quick and move. But some of that he can teach. You know, and then one other last thing, just my last comment, the guy that's sitting there trying to do his kid's college fund, I wouldn't recommend options for your college funds. Sort of, you know, I got a 401k. You just keep dollar cost averaging, find stocks that pay good dividends, say like Apple and that, just keep dollar cost averaging, and it's better go that way. You start getting options, you know, you got a good chance of, you know, losing your wealth, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I think that's all good. I mean, again, I think, you know, just be a lot of topics, right? So one topic might be, you know, how to become more efficient in the trading system. One could be more about like, you know, how do you, you know, charting. One might be, you know, how do you pick tickers and watch lists, you know, for the week, you know, and again, one might be just focused on swing trade ideas. One might be, you know, there's a million things that we can do. These guys, you know, most of these guys are doing this just about every week. So I don't think that would ever end. And usually people also submit ideas that they want to look at, and it usually has a regular cadence and stuff. So, you know, like I said, this group is pretty tight.
Yeah, because I think, you know, Jerry's a sniper. And I think he's got to help more people out, you know, just showing, you know, how to get into the option, how to manage it, what he's seeing, how he's seeing it, like he's recording it, because the stuff moves so fast, and you can lose your shirt, you know, especially in those big tickers he's using, if you don't, you know, get out fast enough when it's going against you.
I want to say that, you know, I appreciate all you guys. Yeah, there's so many great people in here. And the way that y'all helped me with the room and with your great ideas, John, Corey, Tim, everybody here, I just want to personally thank you for helping the room, really. You know, you're helping me, but you're really helping the room to become better. And I just want to say I appreciate you guys. I really do.
I mean, I've had a chance because I, text back and forth to Jerry and, sometimes there's always new people coming in. But one of his greatest tricks that he has is that you look at the 4 hour and before it closes, if it had a nice run, the first half of the 4 hour and the second half of the 4 hour, it's sitting up in that upper range. Jerry usually swings it and it gaps up the next day. And if you look at it, it's a 2-1, but the second candle closes in the upper range. Those are stuff that tricks that Jerry knows. He knows through his time, because obviously he's a phenomenal trader. He's a phenomenal know how to read the market, and he's phenomenal know how to share his knowledge.
Yeah, and one other thing Jerry and I talked about was, doing a couple surveys with the group just to sort of get an idea, because some of the same people talk a lot, right? Is to get people to, so Jerry could get a better idea of the experience level of the people that are in the group, right? Just across all the people that are here, and also just get some idea of the size of the accounts and everything. That way he could have more view of, who's actually out there, right? Because obviously he only sees what he sees and hears. And that way he could figure out how he could focus the time and energy and stuff. There's always new people coming in and everything. So that's another thing that we'll try to work on too, right? So if you're new, right, it'd be to make sure that everyone knows that you're new, right? And there's nothing wrong with that, right? If you never traded before, and also if you're like seasoned with stocks and never traded options, right? Like that's something everybody wants to know, so you can get the help that you need to get better.
But that's a great thought. And then maybe each week, whoever volunteers, like you, maybe like a trader spotlight, they take over and say, here's some of the things that I do that are successful. And everybody learns, because the whole bad thing about this industry is just nobody shares. Jerry's the only one that shares, and when everyone shares, everybody wins.
Yeah, exactly. And, when I first started learning, before I caught the way that I trade now is, I looked at everybody's strategy and I took the best parts of it, and the best bits and pieces that fit my personality. And that's what I use. And I still look at other people, other successful traders. I look at their strategies and the way they do stuff. And I'm always trying to grow. And sometimes it's good if you can see the way other people trade, because somebody might not be able to trade exactly like me, but if they see another style, they might be able to put the two and two together to make their own style. And when I first started trading, I always heard people say, hey, you'll have to come up with your own pattern, your own personal way of trading. And once I found my way, I get it. I understand it. There's no two traders exactly alike. So I think it's a good thing to see other styles, and I'm not against it whatsoever.
One thing is that guy that's on the internet, I think Jerry got blocked from him. His name's Ashford. I think he mainly trades, he's on Twitter. He mainly trades Roku, but he put something out the other day I thought was nice. He's got a RSI study label, and I put that label on my charts, and it tells you, what the RSI is. So then you don't have to have the graph. You can have where it's at. Typically, it's about 50. It's strong, less. You put it on your time frames. It gives you just another piece. But he has it out on his website or on his Twitter stuff. But he's a successful trader. I think he's only had 4 down days all year.
Yeah. So I've got Cash App downloaded now, and somebody sent money. Like I said, I'm new to all this with Google Pay. Is that another Cash App? I guess. Does anybody know?
No, that's not the Cash App.
What is Google Pay another form of money transfer?
Yeah, I guess Google's getting into everything. So they got Google Pay. I guess that interact with different, you could set up your bank account with Google Pay and pay at the grocery store, I think, too, with it, so.
Jerry, I bet you on Amazon, if you look on the 15-minute, that thing's been just trading sideways. I bet you when that thing breaks up, it's gonna go again since it's consolidated so much on that 15-minute.
Yeah, man, there's so much stuff chopping. If you look at Roku right now, it's bouncing right there on that 15-minute pivot. If it ever breaks, it'll go right back to pivot high. Bava's sitting right on top of the pivot low on the 15, and it's just sitting there. It's trying to break, but it's not going to happen.
Roku's just can't get past VWAP. Go look at VWAP, you'll see it. It just every time it hits it, it did it 4 times, it stops.
Just a reminder, the Fed minutes come out today at 2 p.m. Eastern, so things might be kind of just ranging until then.
Yeah. Good point.
I was just gonna say that.
Yeah, that's a great call. I'm sure that's definitely part of it.
We're gonna hold it until 2 o'clock, and probably a few minutes right before it starts. There's gonna be a huge red candle on everything, and then it'll build back up on that.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the real question on that 10 minutes, are they gonna mention about tapering?
Well, it's a summary of what they said in their meeting 3 weeks ago, but it will probably more detail. And the thing is, since it's in a written format, the algos might pick up on it. So
Yeah.
there might be some pullbacks, or I don't know, who knows?
Well, right, but I think the thing they're worried about is the tapering.
Yeah, of course they are. You know, the markets want, stimulus and the markets want cheap rates and all that. If it goes against that, the market's not going to like it.
Well, and that's mainly why tech's moving so much. If you plot that TNX, which is the 10-year, that's why the Qs are going up, and that's why the banks have been failing, because that 10 years down so low.
Absolutely.
So yeah, that was sort of going to be my question about the minutes that were being released. What's the significance of the minutes versus the actual meeting if the minutes are released after? But it makes sense if the algos are looking for keywords or something that they may have missed, I guess. Like, why would the minutes have a lot of pull if the meeting itself didn't?
Because it's probably something that they didn't quite discuss in detail, or they don't tell you the votes. On the minutes, it tells you the votes. I think there's 14 governors. I forget how many vote, but how many voted for a rate increase or a pass or tapering, that will come out in the minutes.
Yeah, I think in the minutes, what they will usually say is, for example, is let's say they don't vote for a rate increase. You actually will see in the minutes that somebody might say, well, I think that there should be a rate increase sooner, right? So like you get more context. So that's the kind of stuff that they look for, right? Like all you know is whether or not rate increase went up or down, but the minutes will say things like, oh, well, 3 of the governors actually said that they think we should actually raise rates in the first quarter of 2023, right? So it gives more, right? It gives some insight into how, if they think they should be more or less aggressive. So that's usually why they care about it.
And there's that much weight taken in with the minutes rather than what actually happened?
Well, no. The meeting itself has an impact. I just didn't.
No, the meeting has impact, but just like I said, they don't tell you who votes for what. Now they're going to tell you. Of the 14 governors, I don't know, I forget how many of the 14 can vote, but they'll tell you how many voted like that. And I think the biggest one about this news, in my opinion, is how much are they tapering? And then how many of the votes were for the increase that they're going to do in 2023? So that, remember last time it fell due to raising the rates by 2023, having 2 increases.
Right. You got to remember that the stock market is actually a forward-looking, it's like a discounted number. So whatever the market is showing today, the value, it's actually baking in all the information that it knows So it wouldn't be just the rate increase, but it would actually be pricing in the idea that a rate increase would be coming in 2 quarters or 3 quarters or 4 quarters, right? So because of that discounting effect, right, that's how the market works. If all of a sudden at the end of the meeting today, the idea before the meeting was that a rate increase was going to happen, let's say in 5 quarters. And after the meeting, there was no rate increase, but the idea that a rate increase was going to happen in 3 quarters, well, that would dramatically shift the market because of the idea that the pricing of the market would change. Because that's what the market's doing, right? It's always baking in, like, what do they think is going to happen in the future, right? So you got to remember that, right? That's why, like, if the economy is everyone doesn't have jobs, but the market goes up, well, because the market is looking at a recovery already from unemployment, not that everyone's unemployed.
So they're calculating basically what's going to happen in the future.
Right. Exactly. That's why people always get confused. Not everyone, right? But that's why there's always a lot of like frustration when they're like, why is people making so much money in the market when no one has jobs, right? Because, right, it's always looking at like what's going to happen in the future. It does not reflect what's going to happen today.
Yeah, got it. How forward looking approximately is the market, or is it subjective?
Well, I mean, it's a little subjective. I mean, markets are always going to take in the most material information that they can, that's going to change. I mean, the basic cash flow analysis would be a 5-year discounted cash flow analysis, right? That's like a basic. But the thing is, like, interest rates, as an example, are so huge, right? That like a change in interest rates are going to have such a dramatic impact that like that's going to be very near term, right? If that changes. So that's kind of a loaded question, right? But I mean, if, for example, they knew that earnings in Tesla were going to change dramatically in 6 months, then that would be factored. If they only knew that earnings for Tesla looked like a certain number over the next 3 or 5 years, then that's the number they would use. You know what I mean? So it's based on the information that they can really feel confident in. And a lot of times that number is very wishy-washy at best.
Okay.
Does that make sense? I mean, I know that's not a great answer, but that's, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I assume there's subjectivity to it. I just didn't know if there were other things that were less subjective than what I was understanding. But the discounted cash flow.
Let me say it a different way. If you use numbers, they always use numbers they know. So for example, they can take the unemployment rate, they can take GDP, they can take, growth rates and things. And they can do forecasts based on like that and say like, well, this is the knowns. And then they can tweak those numbers and say, well, this is probably pretty close. And then they kind of work with the unknowns, right? So the people who do this, right, inside companies, economists and everything, they're pretty smart, right? So obviously when COVID hit, that was a pretty big shock, and look what happened in the market, it crashed, right? So that's a pretty big unknown, but for the most part, they work with the knowns and then they estimate within a range of what's gonna happen. But like unemployment doesn't usually change in a year by like, 5% or more. So for the most part, they kind of have an idea, like in a range. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I guess part of my uncertainty with the data that's used is the fact that our GDP is skewed. A lot of our the variables that we base our figures on are manipulated themselves. So I think to be a good trader, you have to understand how that data is skewed in order to make an accurate projection. Would you agree with that?
Well, so you bring up a really interesting question, and that's why trading and investing are very different, right? So again, this is what many people who are in trading say, and if you read all the books and if you watch all the traders, right, this is not me talking, this is what all the books will tell you, is that, if you're investing in a company, then what you're looking for is the valuation of what a company is worth over a long period of time. But traders really trade on price, and price is what people are willing to pay for anything at any given time. So just like a car, if I pull up to your house in a car, right? Doesn't matter what I paid for it. Like if you're like, oh my God, that car is the best car in the world and I'm willing to pay $1 million for it, well, then that's what the car is worth at that time. So traders really should focus mostly on the price, right? Whatever the price goes up or down. That's why Roku one day could be $100 and it's up to $400, right? Because it's the price that pays, right? It goes up, it goes down, right? That's not really based on earnings. And that's why earnings themselves, right? When earnings announcements comes out, that's why they're such a big deal, because the earnings announcements come out and then they change so much. But traders really need to focus, again, I'm not saying based on me, this is based on a collective body event, right? On price, because it's the price that pays, whatever person's willing to pay. That's why you can buy higher highs. That's why you can sell lower lows, right? But investors, usually if they're buying a company or doing something like that, they're looking more at the stuff that we just talked about. So it's hard to trade on a day or a swing trade based on all the economic stuff you're talking about, because that's not really what traders look at on a day by day, second by second basis when they're trading.
Mhm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, perfect sense.
But,
Thank you.
but in a lot of ways, you know, I've talked to Jerry on the phone and I got a lot more knowledge. I got more knowledge of the broad market, macro and micro, that Jerry doesn't know. But you know something? It actually hurts me because Jerry don't even give a crap about news. Jerry just compares the charts and he doesn't have bias that goes up. He don't have a bias that goes down. Sometimes you get too much knowledge. It hurts you because it biases you. Jerry doesn't have anything. That's why he goes in there with no biases, you know, and he don't even read any news. He just goes and trades, and that's why he knocks it out of the park.
Price action. That's all you need.
Sure.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, that makes
and it does. It biases you. And sometimes you think in your mind, you know, the other day I was trading oil, and oil was the highest it ever was. And I bought some oil stocks to sit down as an investment. You know, I still own it, but they're down. And you think, how can the hell could it be down when the things, you know, price of oil was going up? But, you know, there I had a bias, you know, and those biases hurt you. And Jerry has no biases, zero. Other than price, you watch him every time.
What the price shows you.
Exactly. And I think it hurts you. It hurts you as a trader if you're going to trade, because you don't need to know it because everything's priced in, you know, with the stock as it is.
So yeah, so I understand that. I agree with all of that. My question really was about the Fed minutes and the intersection, like where the Fed minutes are released and it's forward looking. There are data points that they touch on that are more longer term, yet the market and us traders have to react to something. Do you see what I mean? Like normally that's a longer term projection, yet it affects the price analysis that you're saying isn't related to longer term investment length stuff. So I guess
Right.
I understand that the market's uncertain,
Nicole.
so therefore they freak out.
No. So that's a good point. So the only thing that you need to really know about that is that interest rates, right? Everything in investing is about what the value of a dollar is, right? The value of a dollar today, because it's all about cash flow, right? So it's sort of a weird thing, right? Like I hear what you're saying. It is about price, but every company generates cash flow. Anytime you borrow money, right? It's always based on what it costs to borrow a dollar. So anytime the interest rate goes up, right? That makes whatever you had today worth less because the interest rate changed. And that means the way you discount it will change, right? So that's why the market goes crazy every time interest rates change, because when it costs more to borrow, then the value of whatever you have when you discount it back, all of a sudden what you have before, you're discounting at a higher rate, it becomes worth less than it was a day ago. So like on paper, everything kind of changes and the capital starts to change. So what you're really looking at is it becomes a very big capital efficiency thing. And that's why markets go crazy. It's not because of GDP and everything else. it's all about capital markets and has to do with borrowing capital and about what the value of a dollar is. And that's a really big part of all of Wall Street. Do you see what I mean? It's that interest rate itself, right? That rate is what screws everything up.
Yeah, my grad degree is in real estate development. So do you know, so I'm familiar with discounted cash flows is what I'm saying.
That's a great analogy because it's exactly the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. There are a lot of similarities. Do you know how much it's discounted by?
Well, most people just use the treasury bond because that's considered,
okay.
That's considered the risk-free rate.
Usually the 10-year.
Yeah.
A lot of people use the 10-year.
Yeah, because it's considered to be guaranteed to be paid back. So they consider that risk-free. So that's why the 10 years used.
Yeah, got it. Okay, cool. And I knew that from grad school.
Your best bet is to just wait until the news comes out and react, because whatever they're going to do, we can't do anything about it. They go so fast. It's crazy.
Yeah, I wouldn't even worry about it at all. Frankly. Unless you're holding stuff, do it. There's no way.
Yeah. If you're a long-term trader, the best thing that you can do is use IWM, HYG, and IBB. If all three of those are going up, that means risk on, right? If those things are down, it's risk off. I'm talking about long-term trading. Those are your signals. The HYG is for junk bonds, IWM is for small caps, and IBB is for biotechs. And the interest rates really affect biotechs. If interest rates goes because they burn cash until they turn profitable.
Huh, okay.
But those, if you remember those three and you're a swing trader, that's the three tickers you want to follow. HYG is junk. So just like when they built Las Vegas and they lent, that's junk. And people don't want these cheap interest rates, they'll buy junk. But if junk turns into junk, they get rid of it. And then that's when things start falling.
Thank you.
No problem. And like the last gentleman said, TNX, I have that on my chart all the time. TNX, they're inversely related. When TNX is down, XLF is down. When TNX is up, XLF is up.
Novavax is still short here. It could puke all day, guys. Novavax.
I mean,
Jerry's got the only best thing. Jerry has the best thing. He finds the high tickers, finds what they're moving, goes and hits and run, gets in and out, collects his cash, and he doesn't have any overnight risk.
Round wrong. All right, guys. BTU, if it breaks $10.10, it's long. The volume has increased on this thing all day. It's 20 million shares traded. All right. It is optionable. And they are cheap. For the people that's looking for these cheap contracts, here you go. It crosses 10-10. It's going to be long. It can run the rest of the day. It's long right this second. These are very cheap, and the spreads are very tight. So it's just breaking consolidation right this second. So.
I think BTU is tied to natural gas.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of money on gas today.
So natural gas must be up. Another good thing that you all should put on your chart if you have TOS is $DXY. That's the dollar. So if the dollar's strong, commodities are weak. If the dollar's weak, commodities are strong. Inversely related. That's a good ticker to have if you're dealing with commodities or even international companies that have to bring their dollar back here because it affects their profitability.
It's DXT.
It's $DXY. That's a great ticker to have up. Like I say, it's the dollar. So right now the dollar's at 92.681, up 0.135, but oil's down. So you'll see a lot of the commodity stocks, like again, they're inversely related. Sort of weird today that dollar's up and gold is up. They're usually inversely related, unless they're just waiting for the Fed to come out.
Okay, one more time. DTY.
$DXY. D is in David, X is in X-ray, Y is in YOLO.
EXY.
Yeah. That's a great ticker to always have, like I say, because eventually, you're going to be trading oil stocks or energy stocks. It's related to it. It's good to know all the macro variables.
Nicole, I put it in the chat.
I mean, it's just some of the stuff I learned through time.
Thanks. Yeah, it's not showing up on my other charting software that I use as DXY.
Another one is /GC. That's for gold.
Okay.
/YMs for the Dow futures. And /ZB is for interest rates, futures interest rates, but remember you got to divide by 10. When you
What is
see
it for future interest rates? Futures?
/ZB. Z is in zoo, B.
You should use Zulu November for the 10-year though. If you're
Yeah, I have that too. Yep, you're right. But you just got to make sure you got to divide by 10.
Okay.
Just in your head when you look at it, you're going to look at it. So what the heck, 163, we divide by 10 is 1.63. I think one's a 10-year, one's the 30, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, ZN is the 10-year, ZB is the 30-year.
Yep, yep. So those the ones I keep up on the futures on a chart list that just helps you just see the macro variables that are going on. And then //CL is oil.
Wish is coming down today. Yeah, hey, a Wish is consolidating near the bottom range here. If Wish, WISH, breaks $10.75, it will be short. And these are cheap. They're very cheap. All right, it can come down and see $10. Try to find the smaller ones that you guys can target. Very cheap. Also shops at the bottom of range too. So same thing when they move, it don't matter which direction they move it open. If it consolidates in the lower or the top 25% the rest of the day, a lot of times they'll gap up and down. Maria. Yeah, Apple is cheap. Let's look at Apple.
What's the level on Wish?
Wish needs to break that 1086 level. We see it rolling over. It was coming up. It rolled over here. It made a lower high on the weekly. Boy, it's coming down. And the first target on Wish is going to be the weekly target's 1011. But I mean, it can rapidly come down. There's some support at that 958 level. So it could come down to $10 today if it decides to break.
Thanks.
You're very welcome. It needs to break that 1085 level. Yeah. Afternoon, I tend to start looking more at the 30-60 minute, because if I'm focused on the smaller time frames, I'll miss the bigger picture. And that's the thing, you can't, if you're focused on one time frame, you'll not see overall what's going on. Like on the 60, you could easily see a tight consolidation going on. If you're looking at the 15-minute chart, you'll see wide fluctuations or some consolidation. You always want to step up to the higher time frame, because the more of a picture you have, the better idea the general direction is going. Novax is short. It's going to go down most of the day, and it can gap down and more and keep going. So, Novax, and it's on its way down. We took Novax a week or two ago and it shoot all day. So Novax, it failed to make a higher high. It made a higher low right here between pivot high and pivot low, which is a compound inside bar. It's actually a pivot machine gun down to 168. Yeah. Amazon is short right now. We're going to target 36.88. We're not going to stay in it till 88. It's a $10, $13 move right now. We're going to scalp the beans out of it. Amazon short right now.
I guess since we're slow, I'll give some tip to the new people that haven't been on. If you don't know, wherever your watch list is, on the bottom left, if you, there's a plus button, right? Towards the very bottom left corner at the bottom, you can hit plus, and you can hit this thing called Trade Flash. And Trade Flash to give you all the news that pops up. And sometimes some of that news has some value to find out what's going on if you're anyone interested in it.
Is that
Can I ask you
associated
about
with the ticker?
Baba
Yeah,
there?
I'm looking at it right now. It's basically
So
short.
I entered that short when it was, I think, 312 on the hour, and I think 122 on the 30-minute after it dropped below
It's still go.
the daily trigger and the pivot at like 109.25 or so.
Mhm.
So it chopped around there on the a little bit, like, I don't know. Obviously you didn't enter yet. So did I enter too early? Would you have waited for
No.
like a better?
No, you're right. It was a good signal. I mean, it's coming down. It's making lower highs, lower lows. Consolidating right now on the weekly, but it's fixing to be 212 month.
Mhm.
All right. It did break below the pivot here. It's 213 4-hour. Your target though, your target's only 208.
Mhm.
If it
Okay.
breaks through that, it can really keep going. The signal's still good, but you know, the bodies are getting smaller. See how the bodies are smaller on the 60-minute here?
I
It just
gotcha.
tells you that it's slowing down just a little bit. The signal's still good. Here's your stop. Let me show you where your stop is. You should be in the green, right?
Yeah, I am.
So
Yeah.
what is that? All right, I'll show you exactly where you stop. So what I do is when the price starts chopping and the bodies are getting smaller, I'll increase my stop. So I'll pull it up pretty tight. All right, that stop's gonna go right here. All right, you're gonna put it right between these two because that's where your closest support resistance is, and you're gonna add or subtract 10 cents from that range.
Okay.
So as price comes up or goes down, hopefully in the case, you're going to place your stops in between the next support resistance level.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Because it could start to pull back here, it could start chopping, and you don't want to sit through chop.
Right.
It ain't too bad Wednesday for being Wednesday, but still.
Does that 10-cent range you give, does that matter on how expensive the underlying stock is?
No,
Yeah.
it don't matter. It's just so what I do is I always put my marks on the price of the underlying or the stock itself, and then if it hits that, so I'll send an alert at that. If it hits that alert, then I'll just cancel the stock. And also when I get in the money, so when I enter a stock, I enter small, I enter one contract. I don't use a hard stop. I send an alert at the actual price. And if it breaks my alert, of course I'll look at it and find out and see exactly what it's doing. Then I'll just close out manually. I'm really religious about stopping these things out. So it's not a set it's not a set price on the option itself. It's a set price on the ticker.
Gotcha.
And so as I get in the money on a ticker, as soon as I'm in the money, I'll actually go in and place a hard stop. And usually it'll be a little bit above break even in case this thing starts to shoot back. It'll still stop me out in the money. Where it's not that much, but it'll still be green. And as it goes up, I'll start to increase it. If I see the candle size start to shrink, the body of the candles, the actual bodies of the candle, they'll start to get smaller as price slows down. It can indicate a reversal or something. But I will tighten the stops even more to try to lock in as much profit as I can while still giving it a little bit of room to move. So these candles, I say this all the time, these candles tell a story, man. The wicks, where they open, where they close, if one opens up higher, one opens up shorter than the other. In a price continuation, the body of the candle actually get larger. And when the price starts to slow or gets close to exhaustion risk, the bodies will get smaller in size. Where they open, where they close, and all that stuff is very important. These candles, the candles themselves tell such a big story. It's very important just to watch everything. You gotta know everything.
Cool. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Oh, and sorry, one last question.
Yeah.
What's that like pinkish purplish line that you
Okay.
have? Yeah.
That line is a point of control, and it's a TPO profile. I'll bring it up for you. This is a TPO profile right here. And it actually marks the point of control is where most shares are bought and sold at the day, or and it aggregates daily. So that pink line just says, hey, most shares are bought and sold at this price level, and it does change. But the price, that line can act as support and resistance. I don't pay much attention to it later in the day, but in the morning it's pretty important. If Amazon breaks here, I'm going to add to it, or you can enter short on Amazon. But if you pull up, I got the opacity turned down to 0, but let me pull it up. Let me add to it here. So when I'm talking about these candles, the large red green candles being nothing more than a gap play, it's because when the profile's up, it's not gonna turn on. But there's a hollow spot, it's like a cave. And when price runs through that range, there's nothing there to stop it from going up or down very quickly. It's just like a cave, it's like a cliff. And when price hits that cliff, that void, they move really quickly there.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you, man.
You're welcome. Your profile.
Jerry, if you go short on Amazon, like you were saying, do you also look at volume too, when to go get it, that it's increasing on the downside?
Yeah, I'll still look at it. Now, if I'm doing like a 2-2 back through range or something, I'm not really concerned about volume so much. I'm really concerned about volume when we're fixing to go through a breakout. Yeah, but coming back through range, volume is not as important. But on a breakout, if it's consolidating, it's fixing to break, it becomes very important. Because it don't take as much volume to go back through range or to chop, really. So what it's doing is chopping. All right. So we can play the chop on low volume as long as we know where the key levels are. Yeah. So volume don't play that big of a deal in this range here. Because in here we're just scalping. But there's $40 of range here. So there's plenty of money to be made in this thing still. So if we get Amazon across 3704, then the target will be 3710, which is about $6. Of course, we're not going to stay in it that long. We're gonna pull $3 or $4 out of it and cut it. So we're not looking for the entire move. We're just looking for a small piece of the pie. It's like on the short here. The target was here to buy. But of course, we're not going to wait on that whole move. We're just looking for small portions. So you could literally scalp Amazon all day long. And like right now, it's long right now, but the target is not that far away. And I'll show you. I could scalp this thing blindly. It's really easy to do. So there's a 3. All right. Takes out this one right here. You enter as soon as the candle crosses here, the target's going to be here. You sell before it gets to the top. You just scalp it. There's a scalp. Again, when it breaks above this candle here, the next target is here, but we're going to sell it about here because it's chopping. It's in a range. It's still tradable though. And the reason it's pushing up is because it rejected here twice. All right? They try to take it lower and they can't. So it's only got one way to go, and that's out. That don't mean it's going to go to the moon. It just means it's going to go up for a little bit and then continue to chop. But these areas are still, you still make profit in here. That's what I love about these big tickers. Let's pull up the ZS right quick. It's doing the same thing right now on 15. Yeah. ZS pulled back through range up in big candles. 2-2 right now, hammer 15. Let's pull it up. All right, so if you look at the 15 and the 30, let me pull up this first. Because these are some of these plays I do all the time, and they work out very well. Novax is going to continue to puke all day. The price came up this morning, open. It puked, went red to green instantly. As soon as it went green, we took it long, scalped the heck out of it. Opens up, goes down, right? Goes to here. As it comes back up through pivot, we get a pullback to the upside. And what that did is it sent a long signal. Target was the body, okay? And this right here, let me zoom on this right here. I'll show you exactly why we target the body and not the candle wick itself, even though, you know, ultimately it's body wick. But here's the wick. I'm trying to get this perfect here. There's the wick. All right, if we targeted the wick, it never would have made it. Of course, we know to be out before it gets to target anyway. It's more likely to hit body than it is the wick. And see here, it came right to the wick, to the penny. We're never going to sit in that long. We're going to sit to about here, right in this area here. We're going to join the ass. We're going to set our limit up to this area here and let price come over the top of us, run us over. Because we know when it gets to here, there's a very good chance that it pulls back. Because at these levels, it does one of three things. They can run straight through it. They can touch this level, pull back, and then run through it. Or they can hit it, double top, and reverse completely, go back into the range. Right now, it hit our target. It is pulling back. All right, we do have a pullback to the downside here, but it's a hammer. Right now, it's chopping sideways. Okay, there's no trade right now. So what would need to happen is, this is now a pretty good resistance level. You know, if it decides to pull back up here, we need it to clear, not this wick, but this wick. If it clears that wick, this target is not very far away. So generally it's better to let it clear the high. But we can take these small trades here. These candles are money. They're freaking absolute money, these large candles are. Because they come up them so quick. They're just, it happens all the time.
Jerry, how in the morning, you know, when you're watching, I don't know, 25 tickers, you know, and you see that thing turn from red to green, that first candle, how in the heck do you get in it that fast? And you got 5 other stuff you're getting in. I mean, it's just unfathomable how you manage that or do it.
Just really quick. Now, sometimes say, you know, there's a bunch of stuff going off, but, you know, I'm taking bits and pieces, right? I'm not looking for a great big move. So usually I'll get into something, you know, I'll take 20, 30, 40% off of it. I exit, or, you know, what I do is, you know, I set a reasonable target. I set my limit up there, and then while it's set, all right, it's ready to sell, I'll go to another one. And, you know, while I'm getting to the next one, I hear it ding and sell, and I just go to the next one and ding and sell. And if it looks like the play's gonna be a little bit longer, then I'll take it and I'll send it to my watch list. All right. I usually first thing in the morning, I'll send it straight to active trader. All right. And if it looks like I'm gonna be in there longer, I'll send it to watch list. I can switch between these tickers very quickly.
It'd be nice, like I say, if you could record the first 15 minutes from your desk and watching, and then you talk through what you're doing in that 15 minutes. Because I mean, to catch that candle and you're catching shop and you were doing Amazon, doing all that at the same time, I just don't know how you grab where it turned red to green and still doing all those other ones, you know, in the first 15 minutes when everything's moving so fast.
Possible.
Jerry, do you use the alerts to actually trigger orders for you automatically, or are you manually entering those?
I manually enter them. So what I got to do is I've got to pull the ticker up. So on my laptop over here, I keep the trade tab open. All right, it saves a few seconds. I just go in there and I type a ticker and I click. I pick the contract I want, send it straight to active trader. And so look, so if I'm in shop, first on this other laptop, it looks like this all the time. All right, it's always ready to go. If I want something, you know, I'll type it in. It's not that slow. Right click it. I'll send it straight to yellow active trader. I mean, it just takes a second. All right. Then I go to active trader. And of course, this one's on flexible grid, but my other one's it's automatically set to charts. I go up here by market. I just click it and send it instantly. And what I'm doing is once I'm in that trade, it shows my PL right here. And 9 times out of 10, I'm up instantly. I'm up at least 0.4% to 2 to 3%. I immediately go up. Here's my price. Here's the current price at 910. I'm looking at the ask automatically, right? I'm automatically taking my limit and setting it at the very top of this ask, okay? Usually 20, 30 cents above it. And sometimes it moves so fast, it'll instantly run me over. So it just kicks me out for decent profit. So I'm sitting here watching it. When I call an entry on these breaks first thing in the morning, you'll see them. I watch, guys, when this video comes out, watch the first 30 minutes, because I pull level 2 up so you can see it. If you watch it real closely on these breaks, first off, the spread tightens tremendously. All right, even on these big tickers, shops, it'll tighten up 30, 40 cents. All right, Amazon tighten up 40, 50 cents. I mean, it's both tighten up less than 75 cents. But anyway, as the price is pushing up on the ask, there's more people on the ask. All right, and you'll see orders down here on the bottom running through at, say it's 935 on this ticker, it runs through at 1250, 1350. And as these come off the top, it's first in, first out. As these come off the top here, the ones on the bottom starts filling instantly. So on these asks, say there's 3 here, there's 2 down here, and there's 1 down here. Here, let me draw it. I mean, I can make a whole set of videos just on these. And this is important, man. This is how you catch those gamma spikes. So first come, first served. All right, this first number here, those are the ones being sold first. These come in second. So this here has to sell first. These group here has got to sell first before these come in a queue. All right, and you'll see them. It'll aggregate up. So this is what moves the ticker to begin with. And anyway, down here at the base, as price pushes up, the people selling these contracts, man, they'll start throwing in 3-4 point spreads. I'm talking about 100-point spreads. So it'll be 930. All of a sudden, you'll see 1330, 1540, and they throw them in there just sporadically, right? They know what the hell they're doing, because guess what? Here's why they work, and here's how it happens. You got retail traders, brand new traders coming in. They see this ticker moving, and they want in now. And how do they get in? They mark it in, right? And the first comes first served. So when retail markets in, they'll instantly fill that thing in. All right. So when they slap that thing in there, somebody bought that. You know what I'm saying? And as retail has bought that big old contract, that's exactly what's happening. All right, they sneak them in there. Somebody comes up. So when I see that big order down here at the bottom in the queue, and if you look this morning, they sneak them in, and it takes it goes through before you can blink your eyes. That's how fast they blink through it. And I see that spike, and I set my order right below it really quick. Now,
so when would you hit join the ask, and when would you do that?
In the morning, I'm manually managing the limit. All right. Later in the day, I might join the ask. You know what I'm saying? If it's smooth, and when I join the ask, it's usually when the market's trending. I don't use join the ask that much. Not in the last 2 or 3 weeks. I'm manually moving the limit. Right? When the market's trending, it's kind of like a set and forget. Like, all right, I'm going to join the ask now. It's coming close to my target, and if it takes 30 seconds to fill or a minute to fill, it fills. I don't have to manage it. You know what I'm saying? I know price is getting close to my target. I can hit it, and the market's trending. It'll hit it, and I'm done with it.
Why are you not one of the retail traders that's getting hit with, going in at that time? Is it just
because my timing, when I get in, I'm getting in on a break. All right. When they're getting in, the move's already moved up $4 or $5. So I don't get hit because I'm not chasing it. I'm getting it as soon as it breaks.
Okay. So the one like, I guess, was it ZS, when you got in where it went from red to green, it's not as big because it wasn't a break. That's just, it went green. So some people aren't doing it.
Yeah, like I'm sitting on the break, right? And if you don't know what you're doing, it could be a pullback, it could be a reversal, it could be a continuation. But after that ticker starts moving $5 or $6, $7, $8, everybody and their brother's running to get in there. I'm already in. So when they're getting in, I'm getting out. So that's one reason I don't get slammed.
So you look at all the way to the ask, you look at the highest price of the ask, and then you put a little bit below to start off with.
No, I put it above it, because if I put it right at the ask, a lot of times I'll be sold out instantly, because my entries are, they're highly successful.
No,
So
no,
if I
but the
said-
highest ask,
Yeah.
you put
Yeah.
5 cents below the highest ask as your first limit when you first go in.
No, when I first go in, I'm looking at the ask. If the ask at the top, let me draw it right quick. All right, here's the bottom of the ask right here. Come on. Here's the bottom at this number down here. All right, so I come in, current price is 905, the top of the ask is 915. I'm going to set it 930, 940. All right, so I'm going to set it around this range here.
You're gonna go
Even
that
though-
high up.
Yeah, I'll go that high up, absolutely.
Okay.
Because when price gets in, it's moving. If I set it at 915, 920, if I set it 5 cents weight, dude, before I can finish pushing the button, it'll be sold. Yeah, so I'm setting it
That's
up
so
quite a
cool.
bit.
And you're mainly doing these, I know it's TTO breaks, but it's more of a 2-1-2 break. It's breaking the compound one than so much just a TTO. It's a fresh, compound one break.
Yeah, and it's a compound one, because look, when I take these in the morning, guys, I'm taking it on the break of that pivot, the pivot, because look, the pivot shows me where yesterday's highs was. You see what I'm saying? So the pivot between pivot high and pivot low, that's a compound one. So as soon as price crosses yesterday's high, which is marked by the pivot, right, on the 15-minute, it becomes a 2-1-2 instantly. So I don't need an actual candle to tell me it's breaking. As soon as it breaks, I take it.
Right, and how many times do you think you get caught where, you broke that pivot and it's a broadening formation, and then now they turn it around and go the other way just because of, their stops there and they're reversing it?
In the morning time,
Yeah.
I never get caught. I mean, I might get caught once every 50 times or 60 times, but the thing is, I'm already out by the time it even thinks about returning. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm not looking for a gigantic move in the morning. I'm looking for a piece of the pie, and that's it.
No, I know,
don't
but
have
let's say,
time to
for
return.
instance, let's say you got in on a pivot break and you took it a penny above it, all right? And all of a sudden that pivot break, it hits it, and now it says, okay, I'm going to reverse this thing because I want to broaden that formation. You don't get hit with that much?
No, not at all. Because when I take the break, I'm not taking on a penny. I'm usually letting it cross at 15 or 20 cents. Look, there's a lot of people.
Not first thing in the morning, though, right? First thing in the morning, you're taking it right away. That's just breaking pivot.
Instantly. And look, I'm not the only one. There's a bunch of different strategies that revolves around breaking yesterday's highs, or breaking the pivot, or breaking support or resistance. There are so many people sitting there looking at the same. Look, the last month I've been looking at all these big time traders, man. And they trade different ways, right? They're trading using pennants and breaks and RSI and MACD and all that stuff, right? But they are still trading the same exact patterns I'm trading, right? The top traders in the United States, in the whole world, they're using the same patterns I'm trading. We all trade the same exact way, but we use different ways and different rules to get there, right? So there's millions of people looking at these pivot breaks right at the open. They work. I mean, they work great. They are highly profitable.
But almost all those trades, you're taking to where it's taking out the previous daily high that fast in the morning. It's not something that was in a range below that. It had to have been taken out the prior high in order to go for something like that.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, it could be range in the last 4 or 5 days. And when it breaks that thing in the morning, I'm going to hit it, because the longer it consolidates, the bigger the break. I don't care if it ranged all day yesterday, and then it pulled back at the close, and then when it opens today, it crosses that pivot. I'm going to hit it every single time. I don't care if it ranges. I don't care if it pulled back. When it crosses that high, it's on. And look,
which typically is the prior day high. Isn't it typically the prior day high that it's crossing?
Yeah, sure is. And like, say it opens up. Okay, here's another scenario. The market opens up, it dips down. All right, I wait as long as it don't cross the look. If it opens up, it crosses the pivot low, I take it short. If it opens up and the market crops down, as soon as it tutus back up, my first target is open, and the second entry would be the break of the pivot high. So.
So if
just
it's
the same
gapping,
as that.
if it's gapping, you automatically take it if it crosses the pivot on the gap.
No, I need at least some kind of signal there. So maybe a pull. Usually, well, here's what's going to happen when they gap up in the morning. People are instantly going to take profits, right? So it goes red as soon as it goes back green, just like on ZS this morning. It's a signal to go in, right? So that's a 1. It's a 2 instantly. So it pulls back. As soon as they start buying it back up, as soon as the sellers step back in and it goes back to green, then it just crossed the daily high. You see what I'm saying? So it opened, it goes down. As soon as it goes back green, it opened that it crossed the high in one candle. So it's a signal right there.
But it's just the opposite with the gap down.
Oh yeah, I love gap downs, man. You give me a gap down, and I'll show you a day that everybody's gonna get rich. I love a gap down. The gap down with the market pukes, I'm telling you what's money. As money.
You don't play it the same as the gap up?
I play a little bit differently. Yeah. Because gap ups fail a lot. And what I'm saying is a lot of times on a gap up, remember it gapped up for a reason. So a lot of times it'll fill that gap about 50%, all right, before rolling over. Between 50 and 61.8, which is the fib level. All right. Now, what you do on those, you can take it short, scalp it. I like to wait until it starts to curl. All right. When it curls, I'll take it 2-2 up, target being that open. You see what I'm saying? Or the morning high. That's my first target. It crosses that, I'll re-enter on a signal, and it breaks the high on volume. I'll take it again. Yeah. Yeah. We're always playing the same patterns over and over and over and over. It's the same pattern. It's the same pattern. It's just breaks. It just breaks all day long.
Yeah, Jerry posted something in his Twitter account probably a couple Mondays ago. If you go back and look, he showed a strategy on that.
Dude, I love it. Yeah, I love a gap down, and a gap up's okay too. But they're not going to feel that often. They will every once in a while. It's harder to get a gap fill. Well, I can't say that. Well, this morning we had a bunch of gap fills, but say the market's trending, we got a gap up. I'd much rather. Here's the strategy on the gap ups. I'd rather wait till it breaks the high of the morning and then take it long. I don't want to guess how far it's going to fill that gap before curling back up. Is what I'm saying. Unless I'm just going to scalp it.
Jerry, with like 20 minutes to go till the Fed minutes come out, could you maybe review a few of the stocks that, like, if we have a big move either way, one way or the other? Because I know there's some of them are like inside one right now. Like, kind of just talk about certain levels that you might looking for, like the bounces, rejects, or.
Yeah, you got any tickers in mind that you want to look at?
Well, I mean, just for example, I know you've been trading Amazon a lot. Like, if there's a big move, what you might be looking for. Sometimes these news comes out and it dumps a lot, but then it recovers very quickly, like it hammers and goes the other way. Like, I don't know, maybe some of those.
There we go. All right. Well, DE's setting up right now, so let's take a look at DE. These patterns, I'm playing different stuff. I mean, I got probably about 15 different strategies I use. They're not even related to the strat. Look here, there's no strategies. You know what I'm saying? There's really none. There's a signal. There's a signal, but I take my entries completely different from the strat from day one. I take the highest probability setups. I'm methodical and ridiculous with this stuff. I've got rules that I follow. DE. Let me zoom out this thing here. All right, DE's consolidating right now. It's below range. We always look at the higher time frames first. So on the monthly, this thing's rolling over. It's currently inside. But here's the thing with DE. This thing's been a monster, right? Do we think this thing's going to roll over and die? Probably not. Right? So we're looking for a bottom on this thing. If we look at the weekly, here's a 2-2. Right, it's chopping sideways. So we always look for 4-hour confirmation. 4 hour now is chopping sideways here. It really needs to break that 356.01 level. So as I'm looking at tickers and setups, I'm going to mark levels. All right. So 356.01 is key. All right, for continuation. On the daily, we see it chopping sideways just below the pivot low on the 30. There's another pivot right above it. So really, I'm not even I'm not interested in it. The profit margin's not that great. Let's look at Amazon here. And we'll look at shop. Right now they're all chopping, and I guess the reason being is the Fed's minutes or something. I don't know. I don't really care about them. Right now this thing's chopping, and of course, you know, later in the day we got more information. We look on the 60 here, and this thing is smack dab in the center. All right. The overall moves in the top 25%, but today it is chopping. And on top of that, you look at it, doji, doji, doji. You look on the 5 minutes, wicks, 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 wicks. That is chop. Can't really measure that fine. This thing's been in a pretty good uptrend right here, consolidated for almost a year. Remember the consolidation? The longer the consolidation, the bigger the break. This thing breaks out on a massive candle. Right? That's very important. I say this all the time. And also the higher time frame these breaks or the signals, the bigger the move. This thing breaks this consolidation at 35.54. Right? It's up $200 since the break. All right. These breaks, the consolidation breaks on any time frame is relevant. It's absolutely relevant. That break happened right here on this pivot. Maybe a little bit above it. But anyway, massive gap cut. Now, this thing can possibly roll over, retest and go. I doubt it, but anything's possible. So I was going to think of the what ifs. Right now, in the 5 minute, it's kind of curling, but if you look at the 60 overall, again, it's just chopping sideways. We need some kind of direction with it. Let me zoom in on the 5 minute here. Alrighty. So right now, our key levels on Amazon, 37.09. We'll take it to pivot high. Okay. 37.09 takes it to 37.20. Your safer entry is when it breaks 37.20, target being 37.34. Now, to take this short, you could take it when it crosses 36.92, all right, with the target being pivot low at 36.83. Again, your safer entry is when it crosses pivot low. And let me show you this is important too. On the 5 minute here, we got multiple pivot lows. There's 3, all right. This marks all consolidation. You want to go to the lower one. And same thing if there's one right above the high. This right here's got enough range. You don't have to worry about it necessarily. But down here, it's important that you get out of this stuff. The safer entry is when it crosses 36.66. All right. But as of now, it's all chopping inside. And shop's breaking down right here. Probably short, but still chopping sideways. So on the 60, we got a big shooter followed by doji, doji, doji shooter. Trying to come down right now. This resist or this pivot on the 60 is acting as support. I mean, it cannot break through it. So it's just a break and a push. You know, the good thing is it is acting as support. You know, of course it can break through it if it wants to. But right now, shop's short, but the target's only, what is it, $2 away. If it breaks 15.18, it can see the next pivot low, which is 15.10. But still, it's shopping on a 60. We can still scalp it, but you look at it, 30, 60, 15, it's sideways. All right, key levels. If this thing breaks 15.09, it's short. All right, that's your safer entry. I want to give you the safest entries. I can give you other entries, but they're strictly scalps. To go long, let me bring this up here. Important. Again, if you're going to take a candle long, it needs to be at least 25% above the base. This right here is one candle. All right, you got to train your mind to see this. That's one candle there. All right, all this is inside that one candle. So we're looking for a 2-1-2 reversal or a 2-1-2 continuation. If it goes down, it's your first target. All right, right now it's holding that support on the 60. To take it long, it really needs to close, or it needs to break above this here. See that high of this candle here? See the high of these candles here. It needs to break it. The safest entry is when it breaks resistance. See how close we are? Let me draw this for you. Right here. There's some resistance right here. All right, because it's touched it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll just call it 7 or 8 times. Now, it's not touching exactly, of course, but it's irrelevant. So it needs to break that level there. If it breaks that level there, it could say this one, this one, this one. Mhm. Shop it sideways. Needs to clean these levels here. These are support resistance levels. So anytime price breaks through there, price can react. So your safer entry is when it crosses behind this candle here, of course. It gets you out of the danger zone. Novax, you know, I think Novax is going to puke the rest of the day here. It's my personal opinion. Even with good news on the feds or whatever they call it, I still think it's going to puke. Consolidating here, another consolidation will be another entry or add to it. Pretty smooth. Again, target's going to be 168.80. Right, that's $22. Let me say 168. Oh no, that's $20. I call that a pretty good move. What we got going here? All these things are kind of chopping sideways right now. Let's look at BABA, because BABA is consolidating, but it's in the top, or it's in the lower 25% of the candle. Look at it. It's on a downtrend. It pushes down. These patterns are important for all these stickers too. So look at the 60. It's a puke it open, chop sideways. Puke it open, chop sideways. Puke it open, chop sideways. It's done it for 1, 2, 3, 4 days. Will it do it tomorrow? Probably. And it's been gapping down every day. Will this be something good to hold overnight? Probably. All right. And look, if we look at it on a 60, what happens? It holds in the bottom 25%. So what Corey was talking about earlier is, you know, the same thing happens for downtrends as it does uptrends. So we see this thing holding. We have a good run down in the morning. It holds in the lower 25% of the candle. Right. It finishes the day kind of short. All right. For short. You hold it overnight, usually gaps down the next day. And the opposite is true for a gap up. If it pushes up in the morning, then it consolidates near the top the rest of the day. Finishes the day strong, 95% chance it's going to gap up in the morning. All right, patterns repeat. All right, there it is. 1, 2, 3, 4 days. Some of it's kind of changing, but overall direction every morning it pukes and gaps down. Let's look at the higher time frame here. This thing's dying. The thing is that now is it's so close to target here, which is the pivot low. Price could expand and go back up through the range. Overall, in the month, it's gone. I mean, it's dying. Fixing to turn 212 on the monthly. We do have to be concerned about this pivot high. It's extended from 3 or 4 years ago, so it's very relevant. All right. It could take it out though. You know, if it takes out this pivot high, guess where it's going? 129.
Hey, Jerry, go back to that weekly that you just had up, if you would, please. But what do you like to see on a reversal going back up? I know you want to take out at least that one candle, but what do you want to see in the sense of, it's reversing, and you're going to have a push up and a pullback. What exactly looking for?
So if we want this thing to reverse and go back up the trend?
Yeah, for long. Let's just say, what's your key?
Yeah. Okay. So what I would like to see happen is, first off, this thing is made a lower low. This candle here is lower than this candle here on that 2-2 back. So that's really a sign of weakness. If I wanted to take this thing long, the first thing I want to do is I want to see this candle making a higher low, and it's not. So we'll just pretend that the next candle opens up here. Okay, it made a higher low. So if it made a higher low here, of course, we're going to look at the 4 hour. But right now, if we saw a 2 down, 2 up, the target would be the body. So the first thing we would do is we'd go to the 4 hour, right? And the 4 hour would look like this. It'd be some candles coming down, all right? And then it would start to chop sideways. and then it would start to cup. All right, we would see the cup in that next two up. All right, we'd start to see it. As it comes up, we want to see at least one pullback. Two pullbacks is better, and of course, we're going to take it as it crosses here. All right, it's confirmation as it starts to trend upward. It's making higher highs and higher lows. The reversal is always going to happen in the lower time frame. We know that. So the 4 hour can push to daily, and the daily can push to weekly, and the daily push to monthly. So again, we want to see this open up higher. It's the first indication. We wouldn't think it's reversing if it opened up lower, right? It could. It could turn to a hammer, right? So it's not beyond the realm of possibility.
But your ideal situation in that is you see it wick up, and then the next candle's got a 2-2 reversal.
Yeah, we want to see it 2-2, and then on the 4 hour, it needs at least one, if not two, pullbacks to the upside. Yeah.
Okay.
And that shows you a reversal of trend, and the target would be the bottom, and then the wick of this candle here. Yeah. And that goes for any time frame. The pattern repeats. You know, like this 60 and the 30. If you see a 2-2 on the 30 and the 60, you know, you look on the 5 minute for confirmation. Yeah, it's just the same thing over and over and over, just different time frames. The only thing separates
Amazon
time.
to move up.
Yeah, I got a 2-2 right now, 15. We got to remember though, on that 60, it's still just a choppy crap hole. We can't
So on that one there where it goes up and hits its pivot at 274.29, the green piece, you know, at what point do you say, okay, I'll give it some time to pull back, but at what point when it's not a pullback, it's something that's actually going further?
Oh, it's just when I know it's a reversal.
Yeah.
Well, it all starts with that pullback. So again, I'm going to be looking at the 4 hour. You know, we don't try to guess, hey, this is the bottom, this is the top of it, you know, it's going to roll over, because at this point, we don't know what's going to happen. All this is just not here. This is just blank, right? All we see, this is gone. We might as well just erase it. All we see is these candles right here. All right. Now we get a red candle, and what I'd be thinking is, you know, we got sort of a new uptrend, making higher highs and higher lows. This could just be a pullback to the upside, as far as I'm concerned. So what I'm going to be doing is looking at that 4 hour, you know, and you know, if we see some pull ups or push downs and pull backs to the upside, you know, that could confirm that this is a pullback, and we would take that 2 down. We would take it back up. But if we start seeing it 2 down, and all of a sudden it starts to pull back and go down, then that could be confirmation that price is reversing. The pullbacks is where it's at. You know, the pullbacks is the confirmation.
So your two levels that you really like, you're looking at is the weekly and the 4 hour that really set the trend stage.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because I'll see the reversal first on that 4 hour. I'll either see a reversal or continuation using the pullback. Yeah. So, you know, I always, when I first started trading, and even up to about 6 months ago, you know, I said out loud, what, you know, this is $1 million question. Is this thing going to be a pullback or reversal? And, you know, as I continued to sit here and I thought about stuff and I looked at patterns, you know, the $1 million question is answered by the pullback on the lower time frame. You know, so if you understand that pullback direction, and if you understand that these reversal continuations happen on the lower time frame first, you know what's going to happen. You know, it's confirmation, you know. But you got to take in account the monthly and the weekly, you know, the overall trend, the direction, you know. So you got to take that in account too, because you could get a reversal to the upside, but you know, if the month's down has been puking, you know, you could just scalp it. You never assume that price is going to just go to all new highs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but all the stuff you're looking at, they're all on strong. I mean, assume you're going long. They're in long-term trends up. That's what allows you to go in fast and go get it, because you know it's strong.
Yeah, and that's like, you know, we do country westerns all day. We'll take them up, down, sideways, don't matter. So, you know, if I'm looking at these tickers, I like them to go long. Of course, I'll take them either way. So, say during the day it pushes up, and all of a sudden it starts a 2-2 reverse back down with confirmation of 5 minute. Well, I know that it's not going to die completely. You know what I'm saying? I understand that. It's a strong ticker. Will I short it? I absolutely will short it. But it's not with the intention that it's gonna die. It just means I'm gonna scalp the beans out of it and then take it back up when it gets ready. Yeah. So I'm more cautious on a strong ticker to take it short. And what I mean by that is I'm still gonna short it, but I'm not gonna be looking for a huge gigantic move. It means I'm gonna take my money and be conservative with my targets. What it means. Yeah. So I'll still short it, but my targets are conservative. $158. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot.
We got 2 minutes till the volatility starts. It's basically like the morning open once the Fed starts.
Yeah. Yeah, right now we're just chopping sideways. Novak's still coming back down here. Novak's is an entry short or add to it. BA's coming down this big old huge green candle. No, that's not huge. It's a big candle on 15, but target's gonna be 230.52. Right now, it's probably not a good idea to get in anything because there's just so much volatility. A lot of people being shook out. Baidu's coming on down and continuing lower all day. That's doing it small. Let's pull up Baidu. Baidu, the market does what it wants to do. Baidu looks just like that other one was just looking at. It's holding on that pivot, you know, so it broke through that pivot. The next target would be this pivot low here at 177. Otherwise, it can expand and pull back through. You gotta pay attention to all these key levels and all the pivots wherever they're at. All right. It is pushing down slowly, but it's a really tight trend here. It's doing a short signal right now, but again, it's sitting on that pivot on the daily. 2 o'clock. Yeah, I'm watching 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 13. I'm watching 32 tickers at any given second.
Is that how many you have up?
Yeah. 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 And I don't need, I don't need any scans to see a signal. I can see the signal instantly. And that's why I'm able to do it. And, the good thing is, too, they're in different sectors. There's different ETFs here. There's bio, there's tech, there's just, it's just a whole vast, there's med, and there's all kinds of stuff here. And it allows me to see kind of where the money is at in the market. And also, I have similar stocks, you got Tesla Neo, Shop Amazon run together, Novax Myrna runs together, banks, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs run together, DE, CAT, and different stuff like that. And it allows me to see, first, simultaneous breaks, something's puking, maybe money's in one sector, it's not in the other sector. Like Novax, a lot of times Novax and Myrna runs together, so Novax is puking, but of course Myrna is not really following today. Sometimes it will. Just like Amazon and Shop kind of run together. One moves, the other moves. We got one leads and one lag. And I keep VIX up, SPY, QQQ, of course, and that lets me see any kind of volatility in the market. So if I see a big push up on VIX, you can, tell me, hey, I need to pull my stops up pretty tight. Sometimes VIX will shoot up like that just to shake out weak retail hands or whatever, and only for it to pull back down just as quick as it went up. They've been doing a lot here lately, but I like it. I like when they do stickers. And I have a 60-minute chart, 30, 15 of each one of those. in that open on that 15-minute chart, I can see all I need to see on that 15-minute chart. Yep. I can see all the candles on that 15-minute chart, just in one candle.
Apple just hit a new high of day, headed toward 35.
Nice. SPY's fixing to break high today too. And of course, Apple's pushing SPY. SPY's breaking out of TTO. You know, you can't, you know, the Fed's meeting coming up. This thing could chop sideways, rip you out just as fast as it goes up. And Apple, you know, you gotta be careful with Apple too right now.
Still holding these.
And again, what's that?
So I'm still holding these from last week when we entered.
Nice. They're good. It's a nice TT on that 4-hour right here too. So remember, a pullback don't need to be in red. You know, these candles don't have to be red to be a 2-2 or 2 up, 2 down, 2 down, 2 up. It don't have to be. The color don't mean nothing. All right. Just like on a pullback, you don't. It does not have to be a red candle to be a pullback. All right. So if it's just a bunch of solid green candles or red candles and there's no wicks, just bodies, you know, that's exhaustion risk. Right? But when you look at Apple here, you know, you got a pullback here, starts chopping sideways right here. As it comes up, see that tall, small wick there, opened up here inside, came up. That wick there pulled back to here, so pull back here. Come here, pull back here, that open on this day. Another pullback. So we're getting consistent pullbacks all the way up through here. So even though you see a bunch of green candles, that's not exhaustion risk. Because as long as we're getting these pullbacks, it's a pullback in one candle. That hammer candle, man, I could spend an hour or two talking about a hammer. There goes Amazon ripping to the space marine here. Shop coming up. But a hammer is a powerful, powerful signal. It signifies so much. Amazon coming up, we're gonna miss it here. You gotta be quick. It's gonna be so choppy right now, it's gonna be unimaginable. If you're not quick, don't mess with them. Amazon could take this red candle up, see it right here, on the 4-hour. Right, you could take it back up to 37.34. Shop going up too on a 2-2 up. Your safer entry on Amazon is 37.20. All right. If it crosses 37.11, it'll be long, but your target is only the candle wick is 37.15. If you're going to be in this, you have to be fast, just like the open. It's just like the open right now. Shop coming up. And it's really not safe to be in anything right now, to be honest with you. It's best just to sit watch. Yeah, Baidu, Novak's pretty much just looking the same. Smooth push down all day. SPY can really rip. It's all-time highs right now. If it goes inside up on a 5-minute, scalp it. It's got a big Momo hammer for me. Tell you what, if you want, if somebody's asking about long-term swings, I mean, wait till SPY has a nice pullback in it. Stay in it for a year. It's smooth, easy return. Etsy's coming up to it, machine gun style right now on the 15er. PMG straight up. Etsy took all those stops out. Etsy breaks one, it really needs to break 193 or 194 to be long. break 194 can quickly come up and take these big red candles out. 194 is going to be entry on Etsy. Target 199. So Shopify. After this broke out. Apple breaks 144.80 be long. Shopify is long right now. Target 1538. Shop is long. All right, guys. Text us fixed to be long.
I said add 25 for delivery.
Text us fixed to be long. It needs a break. 649.07. Morning shooting back up like a rocket. Oh, if you're Novak's in to start covering, you need to pull your stops up really tight. I'm saying that because Marna's pushing up. Etsy's almost up there. They're all pushing back up, even Baba. You can make some money here, just gotta scalp them, guys. Of course, if you want to stay in long, you can. Stay up there. These are all suggestions, of course. This is what I would do. Actually, of course, target's 194.30. It'd be a safer entry as well. Oh shit, booking. I'm glad that guy brought that to my attention earlier. That's a good ticker. The BKNG, it's actually bouncing off the pivot low here to the upside. The only thing is, we want it to break pivot low. So it's long right this second. Target's 21.80. Right. It's roughly $5 there. But it's just, if you're not quick at the draw, then it's best to not mess with it. How much volume on this thing? It'd be really hard getting out of this thing here. Bobbing, I reckon. Yeah, it's best not to mess with nothing. Yeah, it's best not to mess around. Baba's up right now, man, but this thing can pull back just as fast as it went up. Switch to volume's increasing again on JKS. Popped up on the scan here. Take a look, shall we? Volume's up 300% today.
Microsoft is 312 on the 5.
Yeah. I still like JKS. Let's see what it looks like. Still a big gap up this morning. I mean, they're firing this thing up. It's a PMG on a month too. Target's 90 bucks. Here every day. Bob's inside trying to go up 15.
Jerry, when you add, do you just add one contract or you add more than one?
I add more than one. So I always start with one, but I add multiples of 5. So it goes from 1 contract to 5 contracts, and then it goes 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Welcome, sir. So my average account is usually around 16.
Is around 16.
Yeah, 16 contract.
So far, Jerry, look at Tesla. Where did it stop at? VWAP.
Let's take a look at this. It sure did. Well, hell, this is short right now then. I don't know. I wouldn't take anything right now, to be honest with you guys. It did bounce off VWAP. The market's so choppy right now. And then on Tesla on the 60 minute, it just dozes. I mean, it's so chopped up. I might have to pay more attention to your VWAP, Corey. You've been telling me I'm so thick-headed, I ain't put it back up. I had it up there once. I took it back off. You're right. Look, yesterday it bounced. It bounced twice today. Now this thing is not it. VWAP, it doesn't move around, does it? It's like
it's volume weighted average price. It starts over on the next day. So it's There's no lag. It's not like a moving average.
Okay. All right, that's what I
Now,
worried
that's why I
about.
like the dashed lines. If you have the solid line, sometimes messes up that first candle a day, which I like to see. So that's why I put that dash.
Roku might be going short here, Dash.
If you look at it on the 5 minute where you have your value area, it's kind of in sync with the POC.
You know, I think I might move it down there and see what it does.
It's like
Okay.
it's right parallel, right next to the POC. So
If something, if I can add something to my chart to help me, I'll use it. I'm not opposed to trying to move things for sure. Yeah, just saying.
It seems like some stocks actually bounce off it more often than others, though.
Yeah, I don't want to create bias with it, but I will definitely, I'll definitely use it, see how price
Well,
reaction. is.
It's basically an area of interest.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I agree with that 100%. Tesla's touched it several times. I mean, there's something to it.
Yeah, NVIDIA usually adheres to it also.
Yeah, another day, shop bounced right off of it, didn't Corey? Off the top of it.
Microsoft just broke the 15 pivot.
Yeah, new all-time highs, right?
So we need to keep an eye on Apple too. Yeah, Apple's breaking right now, inside up. Let me show Apple right quick.
And that's real close to all-time highs also. It's 145 something.
Yeah, 145.06, I think it was. I can't remember. Bob is breaking inside up. I want to show you Apple right now on the 15 minute. You have to excuse her in the background. She's loud. I know you can hear because I can hear it when I go back to my videos. Let's see, Apple 15. Here we go. This is important. This is not in the actual signals, the strat, but this is something that's very important that nobody teaches. I'll teach it. This is incredible. This is an incredible move right here, especially in the first 30 minutes of the day. All right. Come here. All right, we're going to pretend that this can right here is solid green. All right, because it was the solid green. All right. A lot of times this can over here it'll be solid green too, right? So we'll pretend this is solid green because in this setup you want it to be solid. You don't want a big wick on there. So in the morning or anytime you see a solid green candle, the next candle opens, it goes inside. So as soon as this candle opens, it'll start going red. All right. As it starts to pick back up, so look, it opens up, it turns red, it's inside. So 1. This is a really good tip here. It's inside. As soon as it goes red to green, all right, you're gonna wait until it breaks the high of this candle here. All right. When it breaks the high of this candle, it'll be long because it's gonna be a 2-1-2 and 2 candles. All right. So this in the 2-1-2 is gonna look just like this right here. It's a pattern we're always looking at. All right. So that 2-1-2 happens in these 2 candles. It don't take three candles to work.
But you do that at the beginning of the day. Now you want to give it 5-10 cents, right, to let it clear?
Yeah. So later in the day after 11, you know, the pattern still applies, but we got to give it more room. Yeah, we got to give it a little bit more room. Now, the breaks are really what's important on room and volume after 11. Like say we're coming back through a range, right? It's been chopping and all of a sudden it starts to bounce and we got a big red candle. You know, if we get confirmation on 5 minutes, that price is reversing on the 30-60. You know, if it goes 2 and this candle opens inside, as soon as it crosses that, you can take it. Volume don't matter so much in the middle of a chop. So we could take it, you know, you still want to get 5 or 10 cents above it just for confirmation. But yeah, definitely. So really, here's what the candle looks like. Here's your pullback, okay, to that, and it goes up. You take it when it crosses this wick. And also, the best setups has a huge green candle. So in the first 5 minutes, you know, if it opens up, you got a big green candle. All right. The next candle opens up inside. It'll actually open up pretty close to the top. Goes red. All right. As it starts to come back up, it forms a wick. All right, as soon as it crosses this candle here, it starts to turn green. Because remember, it opened, that new candle opened right here. So as soon as it,
Jerry, you should save this for a lesson for your thing.
oh no, yeah, that'd be a good idea. Yeah, so that next candle, it opens right even with the top. So even on the actual signal chart from the strat, it's great, but it's not realistic because they're not showing these things open and closing where they do. And anybody that trades, that actually trades, would know exactly where they open and close just from the screen time alone. Even if you weren't a good trader, you would know exactly where it opened and the next candle close and open that. You would just know. It goes inside. All right. It's solid red. As soon as it starts to wick back up, you now have a tail. And as soon as it crosses the top here, it goes from red to green. All right. You take it instantly. As soon as it crosses this high here, it's instantly, you enter it long instantly. It becomes a 2-on-2. Two candles.
So that second candle is a 1 and a 2.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah, that's why that hammer is so, man, that hammer is so valuable. The hammer is incredible. I could do a whole video on hammers and shooters. But the hammer is incredible because it can signify they start a reversal. Now it's a candle that you need to pay attention. In itself is not a signal for reversal, but it's an indication of a possibility of reversal, right? Because we still got to have that next candle open. We need confirmation with the hammer could signify, and it could signify a good one, especially if that hammer is bouncing off a pivot low. That's even stronger, man. So right now, when it crosses, as it crosses this wick here, it's high right now, or it's long right now. As it crosses right here, it's a long signal. Right there. It's wrong. So the best signals in the morning, you'll have a great big green candle. You don't want to see hardly any wicks on it, right? So the best candles at open have little to no wicks at all, right? And a big one, because that's going to be a measured move on 5 minutes. Next candle opens up inside, turns green. As it goes green, crosses this by a few cents. It's long, and you know this is a measured move here, so it should go at your target's going to be this candle here, you know, and you want to be selling as it gets to it, because what we want to happen is we're in it, we scalp it. The next candle does the same thing. If it opens, goes inside, well, guess what? We're going to take it as soon as it crosses this high again. All right, so there's another entry, another scalp. And we do it all the time. You look at Amazon Shop and everything else just from this week alone and last week, it's the same thing. But hammers are awesome, man. 2-2 hammer, bouncing off a pivot, crazy. All right, a Momo hammer, momentum hammer in the middle of a trend is awesome, because the Momo hammer, the hammer itself is a pullback. It's a 1-2 in itself. And you know, for a decent trend, you want to have rest along the way, right? Because it's healthy for an uptrend to have a rest. So when it goes inside and hammers up, you know, you can hit it as soon as it goes green or add to it each time on an uptrend, because that's your rest. That's a healthy rest. And it also shows you that the buyer stepped in and pushed the price right back up. And all it is profit taking. Really. CRWD is trying to break here. Let's watch it. And HD's got that thing where it runs in the morning and again it falls in the evening. I'm still in HD. I'm going to swing it. You know, I've got faith in it. That's what I'm personally going to do. I know its pattern. I know its personality. All right, CRWD. We got this pattern right here on the 5 minute. Let's pull it up. It's the same pattern we see all the time, every day on every ticker. And it's well, hell, you know what it is. Yeah, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you again anyway. Here it is. Boom. Here's the pattern. Yeah. But on this time, we're going to wait till it crosses pivot. All right, we're going to give it more room. It's after 11. We also want to keep eye on the volume as well.
You gonna wait on a retest on that pivot as well?
Nah, you don't have to. What you do need though, you need to see volume increase a bit, but let's zoom out a little bit because there's another pivot right above it. So it's not as important on a minor break as it is on a major break. So a major break would be the break of today's high. A minor break's not so important. You know, there's always different rules. You can wait, you can take a break, wait on a pullback and then enter in it, or you can wait on the break and then a retest. And it just makes for a stronger signal altogether, you know. You can have different rules, whatever works for you. But yeah, if you wait on that retest and it pushes and holds, I mean, that's one heck of a signal, you know. It really just depends on your risk tolerance and, you know, your patience and your setups, you know.
And a lot of times you wait on the retest and it doesn't happen and it just keeps going.
You're exactly right.
And you miss the move, right?
That's right. If it's a strong uptrend, then a lot of times it pulls back about 31% and then goes higher. Yeah. So you can always, so your shape could be, your rule could be, you know, I'm going to wait on the break. I'm going to wait on it to close above, and I want at least one pullback to the upside. I'm going to take it on the high before the dip, you know, or you can say, I'm going to wait on a retest, you know, either or. I think a pullback to the upside would be even better. And you wait as it breaks to new highs, right? Because we always want them to make new highs. Otherwise, they'll go back through range and start chopping sideways. Yeah. Booking, bouncing. What a chop. Amazon sitting right to the top. You see on Amazon it wicked 2 times on the 15er. There's weakness at that level. So that's what it's telling you. So, and if you look on the 60, you know, it's all you gotta do is look at the 60. That's why it's important not to be blinded by the time frame. If you're looking at the 15, you see, dang man, this thing booking. Right? There's a lot of movement here. If you look on the 60, it's just doji, 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 doji. That's why it's good to not be focused on one time frame. I gotta give Rob credit. I mean, I want to tell you, if there's any takeaways from the strat, it's this. The multi-time frame analysis is gold. I don't care if he invented it or who invented it or whatever. Absolute gold. The flip, incredible. Price expansion, absolutely incredible. The flips, I mean, it's crazy. The multi-time frame analysis, man, is money. NEO is going to be short here. Target's going to be pivot low 60, 44.80. $2 money here. Yeah, so NEO's short. We see it making lower highs on the weekly and on the monthly. It's starting to roll over. So, you know, and if you look at the 4 hour here, we've got several pullbacks to the downside. We break through pivot low on a pullback, so that was a 3. It goes inside and then back red, so it was green and red move on the 4 hour. And target's gonna be the pivot low, of course, as always. I'd love to see it break through that pivot low. Or if it retests and there's some strength there, we'll take it back up. Does not matter. Don't matter. If you don't mind, it don't matter. HD. Still liking HD, even though it's rolling over. I am down on HD right now, and I'm not worried about it whatsoever. Right. I'm still looking for key support levels on this thing. You know, if it happens to break a level, I will cut it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to let my contract get down too far. I can always reach there. And that key support zone is 321.70. Now it's 321.70. I'm going to set the alert at 320.87. The reason being is if it comes down here, I want to know about this touch before it happens. Oh yeah, here we go, Corey. Look here. It's bouncing off of VWAP, my guy.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell you. It's probably going to turn around and go back up.
If it does, look here, pivot machine gun.
But see, and look how the lines, not quite flat, but somewhat sloping still.
Yeah.
Flattish slope.
That's incredible. I owe you for
Jerry, look at BIIB.
BIIB?
Yeah.
Jerry, did Amazon just go green?
Amazon's
on
breaking.
one
I'm sorry. Amazon's breaking. What did you say? I'm sorry. I think we're talking about
BIIB.
Amazon is breaking right this second. All right, BIIB. I think me and that guy was talking about Amazon at the same exact time.
Yeah, I was just saying the same thing you said.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to run you over. I appreciate you doing that. Look, anybody, if I'm talking, I'm just running my mouth and a ticker pops or breaks too, you have my full permission to run in and tell me what's moving, okay? It goes for anybody. You have my permission at any time. More eyes, more ears, more keyboards. BIIB is a very smooth. You got a 2 down, 2 up on the week. We look for confirmation of 4 hours kind of flat line here. It is slowly ticking up, which is a good signal. All right. We want that confirmation so we can take this up to 380, 389, looks like. It's definitely pushing up with $8 today. We're on the inside trying to push it up. There's a little bit of, it's finding a little bit of problem right here that on the 5 minute, don't mean it can't keep going. It needs to break 352.71. Volume's starting to creep over just a hair. That's probably why we're seeing these wicks in the 5 minute. If we look at the 5 minute there, see how it wicked up 1, 2, 3 times. It is trying to break it right this second. So it could. The only problem is the volume starting to roll. I like that Momo hammer on the 30 though, on the 60. I really like it. We definitely need to keep this on our radar. We got to make sure this is just not a pullback to the downside here. So we're not going to guess that this is the start of a reversal. We want to see it. If we look at the 4 hours, pull it up here. It's starting to make higher highs and higher lows. Let me zoom in. There we go. So you can see it starting to pick up here. It's making higher highs and higher lows. It is chopping sideways, but still, it's made a higher high here, 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 here. It's made a higher low here, here, here. So it's in the start of reversal. It's kind of moving slowly. This right here is chop. It's breaking out right now. Be nice, you know, and this right here is a pullback in itself right here. So we definitely want to keep an eye on this thing because of this weekly.
Wish is threatening to break the 1088 level.
Thank you, sir. There's a pattern right there. We can get on this 2-2 right here. As it starts to come up, we need that confirmation. We got some confirmation, but it needs to be a stronger uptrend. If it is reversing, of course, our target's going to be the body of this, the open of that red candle, which is pretty good ways up there. About $40, 38. Wish. I like it. I really do like it. Starting to slow down a little bit. Oh, I just jumped up there, yeah. Yeah, so BIIB is going a long signal right now. We need some volume to pick up here. But it looks really, really good.
Awesome, thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, definitely starting to roll up here. As it comes up too, man, it's good. I love how these stops are really tightly stacked in here. And if you look at the red candle, large red candle here, the reason they work so well is because on the lower time frame it is a PMG. All right, and the tighter these candles are stacked, the faster it can move. This thing can gap up in the morning, I'm telling you, and it can run to, it can come up to 370, 375. When they're stacked that tight in there, this thing can freaking move. If it wants to, it can come up. It can come up to 390 in 1 week. Nice. I'm gonna put that on my chart actually. I like it that much. Wish.
Hey, Jerry, how do you decide how long the move might take?
It depends. Like it depends on what day of the week it is. You know, we have certain goals. Usually, in a strong uptrend, and say there's a pullback on the daily, you know, it could run it in 1 day. Really well. Okay, say like we're swinging HD. We look at the average size of the candles. Let me pull it up right quick. So what I do is I look at the average size of the candles and the possible moves. You know, the average tree range of ADRs has something to do with it, but you got to add in the pullbacks along the way. So let's look at this thing. We know the average size weekly candle is, let's say the average is 210, about $8. Now we got to add in the pullbacks for this thing. So it's currently trading at 322. Target's 345. It's about $20. So I figured, you know, if it moves average $8 a day or $8 a week, then we should make it there in at least 3 weeks, and we'll give an extra week for theta, so a month. So this move here should take us about a month. You know, it's coming up. We can see it on the 4 hour. This thing's booming. And so I usually look at body and consistency and pullbacks and stuff like that. If we look at HD, let's put the daily up here. When
You
this
wouldn't
thing,
take it just 2 weeks out?
what's that?
You wouldn't take it 2 weeks out rather than a full month?
Yeah, you could take it. Yeah, you could take it a week out. You could take it 2 weeks out. Of course, the more time you get, the safer you are. But another thing I look at is I look at the option contracts. I look at what other people. I look at the other time people buy, because those other people see the same thing I see. And this week's contract, this week expiry, there's 13,200 on the. I think it's a 350 strike or something. I can't remember what strike it was. So there's a lot of people that believe HD can hit that high this week. I don't think it's gonna happen this week. It's a very good chance it could happen next week. But look, if it don't get to all-time high, or if it don't break new highs next week, dude, we're still gonna catch 10 or 15 bucks out of it. Yeah. Okay, what I want to show you is this, the last time HD had a run. I mean, it just ripped, and to believe that this thing is gonna die is just not right. So, there's accumulation, distribution, and rest. This thing had a big move. There's a 2, and currently all this is inside that candle. It's a 2-1. All right, and what we do is we just send it into smaller terms, right? We have first target as it comes back up is going to be this pivot high here. All right, so if this takes this to here, and this consolidation is still a 1 until it breaks the high, and it creates the 212. All right. It's that pivot, it's breaking that range here. All right, so when it started to reverse here, all right, it started to reverse right here. With confirmation as these pullbacks to the upside. Of course, the target's always a pivot high. We're starting to break here for the pullback to the upside. All right, so you could take it again if it crosses here, add to it. And our goal is always going to be the pivot high. All right, so same move, but since we're on top, so when we're on top of it, it's just going to be this. This thing was on a ripper. I actually bought it when it was in this area here too. Because I don't swing that much, so it's something that I'm getting into. The patterns are the same. They're all the same.
Hey, Jerry, can you take a look at Oracle?
Oh yeah, yeah. I got Oracle on my swing list actually.
Okay. Yeah.
ORCL. Yeah. Oh no, it was Okta. I'm sorry, not Oracle. I've got Okta's on a list that I've been watching. Man, Oracle was really good. So, yeah, 212 reversal back up. It broke the high. So same thing on this right here. If we took this, if we're watching it, see the month strong uptrend. You know, it's moving. There's a nice pullback there, and there's a 2-1. All we had to do is look down here on the 4-hour and seeing that it's pulling back and making new highs. It's clean. It's a clean ticker. The candle bodies on the daily are getting larger. So it means it's probably fixing to get ready to take a rest here. They don't need a big rest, a small one. And that rest could even come on in the lower time frames. Right now it's consolidating, starting to roll over just a hair. I don't think it's going to roll over too much. Good. Right now it's shopping sideways between 86.45 and 87. So if you want to take this thing long and wait till it breaks 87.30, you want to see volume increase. There is volume increasing right now on the 15-minute. So you could take it long now, but your target's going to be 87.17. That pivot machine gun there, they could quickly come up to this target right here because they're buying the ticker. Yeah, so first target there, take profit. As it breaks this high here, you can re-enter.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Volume profile, I'll share it with you. This volume profile and the pivot profile and all that stuff is in the Discord, in the it's in the channel mark scans and scripts. It's up near the very top. What I'm gonna do is I'll put this scan or this volume profile, I'm gonna stick it in the chat.
It's in TOS. Look up TPO profile.
Did you want the TPO profile or the volume profile? I think somebody was asking for my volume profile. I think that's what I misread it.
I believe that's the same thing.
TPO, the TPO is the volume profile, volume at price profile. And that shows the point of control, point of high, point of low. And actually shows the graph. The volume profile is just a group of candles here. The average 30 days, average current.
Okay, I thought he was talking about the TPO, the value area profile.
Yeah, yeah, you're exactly right though. That's that TPO, the POS script. Works pretty good too.
Hey Jerry, this may have been covered before. And I apologize for repeat question, but the green dash line and the red dash line you have, are those automatic or
No.
are you putting those in?
Those are pivots. So it's a custom pivot study. And if you want to use it, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, I would like that. That's
all right. I'm gonna post it in the chat. Okay.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So it's gonna give you some of these little guys that fade green into white.
John, he just started putting VWAP on there. You know,
Yeah,
that's VWAP that he has on the dash lines, the pink one.
No, I don't mean that one. I mean those red and green dash lines that he has every day.
Somebody needs to shut off their mic. Background.
Yeah, it's kind of loud. Yeah, that pivot study, man, is gold. That pivot study is what I revolve a lot of stuff around. I love it. I can see these things without the pivot study, but boy, it sure makes it nice. I can glance. I'm able to look at a lot of charts very quickly with it. And you see these pivot studies, man, they're, price hangs on this pivot study. Y'all, I'm probably fixing to jump off here. The market's chopping sideways and it's too volatile. I think if we try to force something right now, we're going to end up giving money back. Just to be honest with you. Sometimes we get bored and we want to take stuff and then we end up giving money back. And I say that because I've done it. That's one reason I learned so well is because I made all the mistakes you could possibly make. Just got lucky and I learned from them fairly quickly.
Excuse me, Jerry, if I'm in Netflix, like we called it earlier, long, should I stay for a swing overnight in it, or should I close the position out?
Let's take a look. Are you green on the position or red? Or
What's that?
are you up on the position?
No, I'm red.
Okay, let's take a look at it. Zoom in. It's making higher highs. It's coming down today. Let's see here. It popped out of that range this morning, came right back down, started shooting back up. So the good thing is it's making higher lows, higher highs. It's kind of wedging.
Yeah, I saw that.
The only thing is with these options, you can't set stops after hours. So it makes it dangerous. It's wedging right now. It is making higher highs. It looks like each morning it's kind of pushed up, at least for the last three. It pulled back on this morning. I don't know. I hate to tell you. Let's see. I'd wait till close. There's some strength down here on this bottom. Every time it went down to 534 area, it pushed right back up. So there is buyers pushing it back up.
Yeah, I see that.
If it happens to break below 535, I would cut it. But gosh.
That's a tough one. It's an outside day.
Yeah. I mean, it could go 3-2 up. I don't know. Any more opinions on it, guys?
I'll probably just end up closing it by the end of the day.
Yeah, yeah.
You watch that second 4-hour candle and see if it makes a nice hammer, because it looks like it's making a hammer right now. But you'll probably have more evidence. By then, nothing's gonna. But definitely set a hard area, like 535 is a good number.
Yeah, I like that. I agree with you. 535 is good. Yeah, that wedge. The thing about that wedge is, if they work in your favor, go against you. Some people call that
I see it.
bear flag. So, but that wedge can break out either way.
Okay, well, we got 60 minutes plus. Let's see what transpires.
Yes, sir. Hopefully it breaks out the top, and then if it breaks out the top, your target's going to be at 544 range. So if it starts to show weakness toward the end of the day, just cut it, because there's no telling what's going to happen after hours. And if it shows strength, maybe hang on to it. It'll open up and push up pretty good in the morning.
Okay. Thank you. Fair enough. Appreciate it.
You're welcome, sir. All right, chop. Yeah, market's chopping. It's just chopping right now, guys. Spy's chopping.
Jerry, look at Microsoft on that 15. You know how you draw that broadening formation on the high side and right on the low, and look what it did. Exactly what you always draw.
Yeah. Expanded right up there, didn't it?
Yep.
Just a few pennies.
Turn around reversed and
Down here. Yeah, so after 11, man, this could happen a lot. So it'll wick through these pivots just a little bit and come right back down.
Apple did the same thing, but the only thing Apple did is it hit its 52-week high. It took almost, I think, a year to come back.
Gosh.
Finally hit it, and I think all those bag holders are
So
selling.
out in there.
Guys, can you hear me, Jerry?
Yeah, I can.
Oh, check out Coin. Coin is actually a nice swing on daily, and just got a Momo Hammer 60.
What is the ticker? I'm sorry.
Coin, COIN.
Okay.
Hey, that Netflix is going for that one guy. Took off.
Oh yeah, it broke through the wedge, huh? Nice. Hopefully it pulls up for him. Oh, my thing just shut down. I'll pull one up over here.
If Netflix can get above the VWAP, which is about 537.70, that would be a good sign. It's it's up on the month.
Yeah. 537.77, right? VWAP. And then you got to pivot at 538.27. Gets above that thing can go to 544.
Yeah.
Almost 545.
It's definitely not bearish looking.
No. If you look at it on the 60-minute, look what it's done. It's created lower highs every candle. And it just took out the 60-minute pivot. It's going into that 3-bar on the first 60 minutes. I think this thing could, by the end of the day, if the market stays strong, it should go to at least 544.26 somewhere to create an outside bar.
Yeah, coin looks really good. You got a PMG on the daily and the 4-hour. Looks really good. It's got a Momo hammer forming on the 60 and 30.
Yeah, I just entered. It's good swing too. It's gonna take the high. And looks like monthly. It's gonna be close to be taking out as well for reversal in the monthly.
Well, that's good. Yeah, it could go 212 reversal up. Yeah, beautiful. And
Yeah, that Netflix is getting volume coming in.
Yeah, Netflix 221. It's making higher highs and higher lows on the daily. It's starting to move now. It needs to break 538.
12 o'clock out here on the West Coast, it's going to be power hour for the last hour, what they call.
Volume's picking up on BIIB.
The hard one to trade in that BIIB, the options in that thing is a mess, and those market makers just rip you off in that one. I've traded that before.
Oh, BIIB is ripping that volume.
I got filled pretty good on it.
Really?
Just now. Uh-huh.
I've gotten taken to the cleaners on that one before.
Yeah, I think it depends on your timing when you hit send.
Yeah.
But is there much?
And biotech's really spready anyway, so you got to be careful.
Yeah. Is there enough OI to get out?
Yeah, I'm in the 360s.
All right.
Yeah, there's plenty in there. A lot of volume on it too.
There you go. On Roku, it's put down 2 hammers on the 15-minute.
Mine is running.
Nice, man.
Ooh, NVIDIA just broke VWAP.
Yeah, Roku's trying. It's bounced off that pivot low on the 30, and it's also made a higher low.
Yeah, on Roku?
Yeah, Roku, yeah, on 5
Yeah,
minutes, got a
yeah.
pull back to the upside.
Yep. Gets a little higher, it can have a pivot machine gun a little bit.
That'd be nice. ABBV is looking really good. It's almost to break the daily pivot. It breaks that on C11828. It's been moving today. ABBV. I'll go by little Victor. Yeah, and the video's inside now. 15 are trying to break that out.
Yeah, NVIDIA's got that big 30-minute wick. A 3 on that 30-minute.
Oh,
That
yeah,
goes
big
into
old
it.
hammer.
That could cut right through it.
Great. Novak's is still puking. It's green on the 15. It's still making more highs. Well, it's not chopping, but still pushing.
Jerry, I'm looking at CSX. They recently had a stock split, and is that on a weekly chart, a 2-2 up?
It's called, say it again,
S and this, yep.
I'm sorry, you cut out.
Charlie, Sam, X-ray.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's a railroad, so. 2-1, 3-2 week. Yeah, 2 down, 2 up on the daily. Yeah. And it's making higher highs to pull back to the upside at 3-2. It's gonna be a PMG back up to $35. Yeah, it looks really good. Yeah, reversal is breaking. See, it's 2-1 4-hour. Since it breaks 33.02, we're going. It's chopping a little bit right now on the 15:30. It needs to break 33.02. If it breaks 33.02, be long. Yeah, 3302 would be long. Let's see, where's Friday day? HD's trying to come back up. Probably gonna add the HD. Hey Corey, HD bounced right off of that VWAP.
Yep. On HD, you want to make it clear that 5-minute pivot, that 323.12, or you don't care?
Yeah, there's a pivot up there. You can wait to add till it breaks that. A pretty good chance it's going to push right through, just based on the higher time frame. Just things rocking.
You got some volume coming in too. Look at that. The current candle's got some, at least on the 5-minute.
Yeah, it's looking good. Yeah. So HD's, you can wait till it breaks the pivot high here. If it breaks 323.15 be long, target 223. I'm gonna go ahead and add one to it. So let's see. Swings I'm not gonna add like I normally do.
Jerry, when you're adding to these tickers that aren't like as expensive as Amazon and Shop, are you still looking for a higher delta?
Yeah, I'll still buy. I'll usually get like in the money. But if you buy at the money, it's just as good. Yeah, delta's everything on these things.
Well, on the August monthly, which ones do you have on HD? What strike?
322.50.
320.50?
322.50.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. We got big plans for this thing. Well, you see it pulled back on the yesterday, and it just ate it up in one day. They bought that bottom straight up out of that thing. They took it up in one day. Yeah. Guys, I'm gonna hop off here. We're getting some chop and stuff like that, and I'll probably be in and out. If I see anything in the next little bit, I'll jump back in here. Right now it's just chopping. We're getting some stuff like the video still on this long signal, came back down. Netflix did break out of that try to push back up. The guy that's in Netflix, if I was you, I would probably pull my stops up right below. Let's see here. I'd put my stop at 537. You can actually bring it at 536.95. That way if you do have to cut it. What's that, sir? Oh yeah, yeah. That way if you do have to cut it, you don't have to let it fall back down to that range.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And that VWAP and is pulling back. Second time today, it's touched it and pulled back.
What is that wish?
On Netflix.
Oh, Netflix. Yeah, now if you look across on the 15 or the 30, it made a lower high. With that one candle wicked up really high there. Space is pushing right here. It's breaking out of that pivot on the 15, but it's low volume. So it's 21230 back up. It's coming up that big red candle though on the 60. Overall trend's down now. All right, guys, I'm gonna get off here. If I see something, I'll come back on. If not, I'll see you guys in the morning. I'll do it again.
Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Thank you.
You too. Thank you all so much. Been a lot of fun. We'll catch some big moves again in the morning.
Yeah, it's a snoozer now. See you, Jerry.
All right,
Yeah.
Jerry. See ya.
Appreciate you. Have a good day. I'm gonna leave the room open till
Thank you.
after 4, I think, or something like that. You're welcome. I appreciate you. And everybody that donated, thank you so much. There. See you back
We'll
in
just
the room.
go, Jerry, we'll leave the reins over to Nicole. She can navigate now.
There you go. Yeah. Whoever wants to be in control.
Navigate what?
There
You can navigate all of us.
you go. You got that much
Golly.
good.
I mean, I'll try. I'm kidding, but if you need me to, I will.
Mhm. You have a good evening.
Hey, Jerry, you could probably check back at around 4:30 maybe and just close the session out after that.
Yeah. Yeah. If I remember. I try to, sometimes I forget.
You need a reminder?
Yeah.
Jerry, on the 5-minute, you got a 212 ready to break on HD.
HD.
On 5
Oh,
minute.
yeah, she's looking good. HD got that
Yep,
bio.
flat top, ready to go. Boom. That's the TTO. There it goes.
212. Yeah, that's that 212 and 2 candles there.
Yep.
It looks good. Yeah, I still think it'll push up. Probably push up in the morning too. It's on its way back up, so we'll see.
This Russell's
crossed.
starting to look pretty good. IWM, starting to looks like it's making some sort of base.
Yeah, Novak's is starting to roll, starting to slow down too. So that's your stops on stuff. And again, we'll see you all in the morning. If you see anything before 4 o'clock, I'll jump back in here.